when I was doing NVD and I had that weird ass necro setup, and they're like, "How come you don't have any DR?" I'm like, "Because I'm not gonna get fucking hit. Like that's my plan. Don't get hit. Like I'm gonna. My plan was to chuck teeth and not get hit. Like don't even stay close. Just don't get hit. You know, that's that was that. Oh, I'm actually waiting for a declone pop right now. Otherwise, I would. I gotta get set up for declone, man. Hold on, we gotta put this here. We gotta get the life tap wand. Could probably have this. Yeah, this is my only character on ladder, so it kind of sucks. But it's what I kill declone with, man. Thanks, Max. Dude, I actually upgraded it a little bit. I actually liked that approach. I actually liked that build too for that specific matchup. So I actually put 2 bear runes in my helm. I made some other tweaks to the gear. All right, here we go, boys. Here we go. Kara Crux, hey man, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you. Big cheers to you, my friend. All right, wish me luck, boys. 2020 Annie. Let's fucking go. We don't want fade. So we're gonna do this, and then, oh, we need arrows though. Whoops. Yeah, I have a very rudimentary setup to kill declone on this. Like, it's with an assassin, so it's not a very fast kill, but I mean, it works. It works. It's not the prettiest. It probably won't be fun. Oh, we got Shirley coming in and helping? Oh, what a good dude. What a good dude. What a good dude. All right, we're just gonna shoot him. Make sure he's cut right open. Now he can't heal. Now he's fucked. Now we're gonna lower res him, and he's really gonna be fucked. Oh man, Shirley ripping it up, dude. Oh, it's already done. Shirley, you're the man, bro. You are the... All right, well, what was I saying? Yeah, this build is sick when you have friends. This is the build. All right, what do you guys think it's going to be? I'm not even going to wait because I got an Annihilus kicking around on the ground I got to pick up, and I always am fearful that my internet's going to crash, and that Annihilus actually isn't horrible. Like, I would use it. All right, let's check it out. Let's check it out. I'm not going to Kane because this guy always fucks me. I'm going to guess 17, 16, 5. Oof. I was almost there. I got one number right. It's an average Annie. Slightly above average, but mostly average. This one's way better. This one's actually decent. 17, 18, 9. I think that's my best Annie so far on ladder. Dude, thanks for the heads up on that, Shirley. Much appreciated, dude. I hope all you guys got some good Annies. All right, let's check out the Druid, man. I'm going to switch over to the Druid now. And thanks to whoever popped that server, man. That's awesome. Just rolled it. No way. No way, Shirley. 19, 20, 10. Holy shit, that's awesome. Nice job, dude. All right, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a game. I'm going to message my opponent in Discord. I'm going to reach out to Stop It Hurts. Oh, Maty's live, by the way. Maty's live. We're going to have to check him out here. I'm going to message Stop It Hurts. Ready when you are, my dude. We're matched up today. Make a game, clear more. Let me know. All right, let's check it out. You guys want a quick look at the Druid before we bounce over to Maty's stream? I know we were just talking about it. I'll show you the gear. I'll show you what I landed on. So this is the gear. Obviously, we have the Eleet charms and stuff, but we got this. We got a Shaco. We got the 220 with PLR on it in case he has poison damage. In case he has poison charms. Oh, what's up? Stop It Hurts. Oh, no worries, dude. Yeah, take your time, actually. We're going to watch Maty's duel, so, like, yeah, you got some time. Using the old Trangs in case he has cold damage. Those probably should be Mage Fist though. And then this is basic setup right here. 25 dex on the Shadow Dancers because we want that max block, dude. But that's about it. That's about it. We got 6.3, 6.4k NATO damage. I'm not upset about it. I think it's pretty good. So I'm going to roll with it. Like I said, I'm feeling confident about it, but we're going to see. But first, let's pop into Maty's duel, man. Maty is going. This is the championship bout, boys. This is the championship bout right off the bat. Right off the bat. This is going to be sick. All right, so let me get Discord set up so that you guys can see. How's this look? How's this look, boys? There's like a weird line at the top of the screen. Let me see if I can fix that. If I can fix it. Oh man, what a pro. What a pro. GG. Oh, we get to hear audio from Maty's stream today? Oh shit. Oh shit. That's gonna be good, man. All right, so boys, this is the title match right here. This is the title match between Eleet, the current reigning defending champion of the DFC. Maty hoping to upset him once again. The last time he did it, he was on a Druid, which is technically class advantage, but it was a close fight. It was a very long one. Looks like these guys are ready to go. Vamp, the champ, on his level 99 Necro. Now, this guy leveled his level 99 before Terror Zones were even a thing, so he did it the old-fashioned hard way. If you ask this guy if he regrets it, I would bet his answer would be no. He's a old school, old-fashioned player, dude, and I bet as tedious as that was, he enjoyed it. And enjoyed doing it the old way. Yeah, okay, interesting, boys. Interesting. Vamp the champ, trying to defend this title, and he's on his bicycle here. He's going to make Maty chase him. He's going to make Maty catch him. And you can see that notorious train of bone spirits that Eleet is so known for, dude. That's how he sets up his, his engagements. He'll be looking for you on the map, but he'll also have a train following him. So you want to be careful on the approach. That's why you notice Maty is approaching from these weird angles, not necessarily directly chasing Eleet, and that's the reason he's not directly chasing him. So this is a duel that you have to kind of be opportunistic in. Maty has to be opportunistic in the way that he approaches Eleet. Eleet is not expected to aggress here. He could easily be 1 or 2 shot by these chain Zerks. And, so he's going to try to keep his distance and fight from afar with these bone spirits. So it's up to Maty to catch him, to get these nasty chains, and that's exactly what Eleet wants to do, is stay right in that train of bone spirits. He knows, okay, right there, he knew that Eleet had him name locked, and he was kind of baiting a stomp there. He has been paying attention to Eleet's playstyle. And that little exchange, even though nothing happened, oh my god, nasty IBS takes out Maty in round 1. Didn't we just make a video about that? Weren't we just talking about that? Man, I wish I would have had that IBS clip for that video. But yeah, that little exchange actually just told us a lot, though. It told us that Maty is very familiar with Eleet's dueling style. And what he tends to do with those name locks. He tends to stomp builds that he shouldn't be stomping when he thinks they're not ready. And Maty was trying to catch him, trying to make him think that he was getting away or whirlwinding or taking steps to teleport away. He was trying to bait him into telestomping him, but Eleet didn't take the bait, which says another thing about this matchup is that Eleet is really respecting the skill level of Maty, as he should. Maty has beat him before and taken the crown. Yeah, that was a lot of IBS. Holy shit, that was insane. No way, you got your 2028, dude. That's tied. That's the same for me. That's the best Annie I've ever ID'd right there. I wish I'd get a 2020 today, but congrats to you, Tiger Lady, for doing that, man. That's awesome. That's a good roll. Surely got a 19, 20, 10. Some good rolls tonight, except for me. I never roll good antes, except that one time. Yeah, that's nice, man. That's a really good roll. All right, Maty's going after it here, being very opportunistic. He managed to escape that little exchange right there, not really taking too much damage. He's trying to work on a chain lock right there. But the problem is, Eleet is very familiar with that strategy. So what you're going to see Eleet do is have this train of Bone Spirits, and instead of overreacting when he notices that Maty's trying to chain lock him, he's actually going to try to stay relatively close and in line with his train. See, just like that. Just like that. Maty having a little bit of trouble getting on the inside here and finding his rhythm against Vamp the Champ. Oh, big hit from Maty. Just as I say that, he clocks him in his dome for about an 80% hit, dude. That was insane. And he made it look easy. Just walks up to him like a boss and zerks him. Oh my god. That was a heavy hit. But Eleet returning the favor here with some nasty Bone Spirit damage. Nice chain attempt there from Maty. But what Eleet did was, and he is notorious for this, dude. These crafty little tricks that he uses. He was kicking around by the box in the center of the map right there. And what that allowed him to do is when Maty chain locked him, it allowed him to break that name lock. Maty's showing up on the opposite side of Vamp there, trying to catch him off guard, trying to approach from these weird angles to get this final bit of damage in. But you notice, Maty is not being... He's a lot of times when barbs land that first hit, they'll get hyper aggressive and they'll try to finish, but that is definitely not what you want to do against a player like Eleet. And Maty is being very patient here, taking his time, looking for his opportunity, and just kind of being happy with that hit and knowing that if he keeps it up, he could potentially do it again. If he does, that's almost certainly going to put Vamp down for the count. Working at getting on the inside, though. Really working to find that angle. And it's very true. You know, it very well could happen. It's something he has to think of. He clipped him with Whirlwind a little bit there, but he does have to make sure, like, Whirlwind is interesting because Whirlwind, when you hit your opponent, your Necromancer opponent with Whirlwind, their bone armor will absorb those physical hits. So it's possible that you clip them with Whirlwind and don't actually do a lot of damage. You get a low roll on your Whirlwind hits. Oh, nice hit there from Maty as well. And, you know, it just doesn't pierce through their bone armor. But the thing with Zerk is it's all magic damage, so their bone armor doesn't help for shit, dude. It just all goes right through it. Another nice hit from Maty. Eleet, though, trying to turn up the heat. I'm wondering if he'll... Yeah, I was going to say, I'm wondering if he'll start using Teeth, actually, because he knows that Maty's super low. And he's definitely on that strategy right now, trying to finish with Teeth. And Maty trying to find his way on the inside for a surprise hit on Vamp. Both of these guys are probably one hit away, but that one hit is a lot easier for Vamp to get. Yeah, bone armor is so strong. You saw him tank so many hits right there, man. And there it is. The Teeth PK from Eleet. Very good duel. Couldn't help but root for Maty on that one. That was close. Yeah, Maty has no rep. That's pretty typical for a barb on their main hand, but Maty does have 40 life rep if he wants to teleport around with Hodo. The only thing about that is Maty was in a situation where it's hard to teleport around with Hodo because it adds another button that you have to press into the mix before you go in for the kill. And when you find Eleet and you find yourself, you know, in these opportunistic situations, you got to be able to take advantage of them. So it's just one more thing to do before you can actually engage. So that's probably why he wasn't teleporting around. It probably wouldn't have saved him much at the end either. But, you know, it is an option for him, especially if he's not in a lot of trouble like that, to teleport around with dual Hodos. And we did see him doing that for a little bit during the first part of the duel. Yeah, and that's actually a great point, Shirley, because that's exactly what he wants to do. Most barbs try to do that versus necros is they'll use leap to try to push them out of that spirit train and then whirlwind them. That's a pretty typical strategy. The thing is, though, when you're going up against a player like Eleet, they're very aware of that strategy. So what he'll do, and you might have noticed this a couple of times, Eleet launches these rather wide spirit trains that are just floating down the moor. And that's how he sets up his progression across the map. It's with this like 3-pronged spirit train, so it's hard to kind of knock you out of it. You have to get a couple of leaps in, and in patch 2.4, ever since patch 2.4, that's a little bit harder to do. Yeah, Warcry also decent. That'll put the swirlies on somebody. But usually that's not as important for a barb because the swirlies are only good for putting your opponent into FHR animation no matter how much damage they take on the next hit. With a barb, you're probably just doing a lot of damage anyway, enough damage so that it will probably put them in FHR animation regardless. Nice timing there for Maty, and he escapes unscathed from that exchange. I think, I'm not 100% sure, but I think they're doing just Barb versus Necro, man. I'm not sure if they're planning on switching it up or not. Tried fighting a neck on a Boazon last week. Big mistake with Bone Armor. LOL, should have went CS on. Yeah, Bone Armor's so powerful, dude. And that matchup is far worse than it should be, dude. You'd figure a Zon would just outrange a Necro, but Necro range and their damage is just so good, man. It's so high. They're a very skillful character, man. They're very powerful, and in the right hands, they're just unstoppable. And most certainly, Eleet is the perfect example of a Necro in the right hands, man. This guy just knows what to do. If you've ever had the pleasure of dueling against him, and I use that word loosely, you will likely leave the duel demoralized and feeling slightly worse about yourself. Personally, I count my wins against Eleet in rounds. Sometimes people like to do FT5s, all of this shit. If I beat Eleet for one round, that makes my day. The last time I went up against Eleet was a couple of weeks ago in the DFC, back when I was in the top 10. I lost, but it was 5-2. So I killed him twice. So basically on my Diablo resume, I put that I've beaten Eleet twice. Because that's how you got to count your wins against this guy. It's unfortunate but true. Not everybody is as skillful as Maty up here to be in the number one, or not number one contender spot, but challenging for the title right now. Oh, big hits from Maty. Nice chain Zerk. Just loses it there at the end. Takes a little bit of damage, but I think he wins out on that exchange. Yeah, Necro is also very hard at the top tier, though. Like, when you're, you know, it's one of those classes, though, that is pretty forgiving. Like, you know, if you spend some time on it, it's a pretty linear curve for how well you do. The more time you spend in PvP on a Necro, it's just a linear curve. The better you get, the more you understand matchups. But it is very confusing at first knowing what to do and when. But it's kind of a great class to learn on right now. It's the most powerful class, and you will steadily progress. We've seen that happen multiple times. Some very good Necros just coming up. Coming up in the DFC, in dueling in general. Thought Maty was going to clutch it out right there for that round. Maty really trying to... Ooh, yeah, he's going to be careful of that Bone Spirit train. You see what I mean? Eleet with just nasty two or three-pronged trains when he's progressing across the map. Makes it very hard to approach him. Maty trying to leap him out of that train, and he might be succeeding here, but wasn't able to close the distance and actually get any hits in. By the way, Captain Morgan, my dude, I ain't got no Captain Morgan, but I can cheers to you with some good old Maker's Mark, my dude. Thank you so much for that sub gift, dude, and an official welcome to the team, Siegfried. Appreciate you, dude. Yeah, so Strat, sorry, just saw your comment, but that's exactly why he's doing that. It's to give him more leverage when he teleports away. It can be good for offensively trying to catch your opponent if you're trying to cover more distance with one teleport. It's more efficient to open that up and drag your cursor past that screen. It gives you a bit more leverage and a bit more distance on your teleport. Yeah, so that's why he's doing that, to sort of hopefully catch Eleet a lot faster. But a lot of times, like myself included, I do this a lot. A lot of people will use CT, it's called CT casting, and they'll do it defensively. And they usually do it when they're trying to lose somebody in PvP. They're trying to get away from them quickly, you know, because that requires a lot less precision. If you're using it offensively, it kind of requires you to know exactly how to aim it, how to work that sort of angle on your screen, but also, you know, it's in order to be fully rewarded for it, you got to be accurate, you know, on a screen that's constantly shifting around. So yeah, more power to the people can do it offensively, like Maty, just like that, grabbing a name lock right off, coming off of a CT cast. That's insane. That's really cool. He's likely getting Oak from Nature's Peace. Likely getting it from that. Oh, big hits! And can he escape? He does! Maty escapes, landed some hits against Vamp. Vamp could be one-hit PK. I know that he was in a lot of trouble, and he might have just cut him open there. He might be one nick of Whirlwind away from killing Vamp the Champ here, and hopefully taking round 3. He is in a lot of trouble. And now you see him sort of teleporting around and forcing Eleet to catch him. I actually like this a little bit. You know, trying to be very opportunistic, but a very nicely timed teeth teleport right there from Vamp the Champ, dude, and clutches it. He noticed that Maty was very low. I didn't want to say it live on stream, but it was very clear to see. And if to an observant eye that can get in and check that kind of thing, he knew Maty was low. It's typically very hard for a Necro to get in and see exactly what their opponent's at for life, because you want to duel at such a great distance. You don't ever really want to be that close and comfortable enough to check your opponent's life total against a barb. It could be the last thing you do in that round. Oh, no doubt, yeah. Yeah, he must. He might also just be watching the stream and seeing Maty's health too, but that could also be a thing. I didn't want to say it out loud though, just in case he was. Didn't want to draw his attention to it. But by the way, cheers to you, Shirley Serious. Right as you said that, perfect timing. New charms can be used to break pet immunities, which can be useful in certain niche situations. But otherwise, they're probably not a great thing to use in a duel. Oh! Another big hit, man. I feel like Maty has done this multiple times tonight, but isn't quite able to finish. He's landed that first Zerk on Eleet, but isn't quite able to finish after that. And you'll notice this about Eleet too. His entire dueling style is a lot different when he's lower on life. When he's one hit away, his entire dueling style is a lot different. He's going to make you chase him, he's going to set you up, and he's going to trap you with these bone spirits. So now that he knows he's one hit away, he ain't fucking around. He's going to make you get it. And you're going to be severely punished if you don't. But Maty finally pulls it off. Hopefully turns around. You know, can turn this around with that win right there, making it now 3-1, still in favor of Vamp the Champ. Very good whirl, very good looks there from Maty, and a perfectly timed whirlwind to finish the duel. I'm super excited about that. I absolutely love it. I absolutely love it when you see a disadvantaged class like the Barbarian. I say disadvantage. It's no longer as disadvantaged as it was in 2.4, but, you know, it's certainly disadvantaged in this matchup. And it means a lot. I get super excited when I see that, man. That shit is... That was a good kill right there. That was a really good kill. GG. Nice whirl. Good timing. And a hell of a display of some serious barb skills there from Maty. See, if that was me, and I took that round from Eleet on a barb, I'd save and exit. That would be, I'd call it a night. I don't care if it was for the title or not. That's what I would do. Yeah, that was really good. Yeah, there is no max block on a Necro, basically by rules of the DFC. Some rule sets actually limit the amount of damage that a Bone Necro can do. I don't think we're there yet, but instead we limit some of the defenses of the Necro. So we don't allow Clay Golem because it just fucks IAS-based characters. We don't allow max block on a Necro. The most they can have is 42%. And you can almost bet Eleet probably has exactly 42. You know, but regardless, Maty's showing off the gear there. Very nice. Regardless, we try to limit the defenses that a Necro has in the DFC. That way we can kind of keep the action going and we can let them utilize that superior Bone Spirit damage, but they can't really ever over-prepare for any builds. And health, depending on what, you know, how these things go, more changes might be needed. But as it stands right now in PvP, there's 3 classes you can use. It's the current state of PvP is very restrictive. There's 3 classes that are in the top. You have, well, 2. You have a Druid and a Necro at S tier. You have a Sin at A tier. And just about every other class is C tier or less. Maybe not a Barb. Maybe Barb is B tier. Maybe Barb is B tier. Barb is B tier because they still are going to struggle against a Necro and a Druid, I think. If the Druid knows what they're doing and has max block. But they can beat a Sin, which is A tier, making them probably A or B tier for sure. But man, if you're a Paladin, forget it. Oh my god, dude. Eleet. Oh, what? That was the best comeback I've ever seen in my life. I was about ready to count Maty out. I was about ready to count this guy out, man. And this guy just must have smoked the fattest jibba before this duel, dude. I'm telling you, this guy's in the zone right now. No fucks given. He's got Bone Spirits chasing him down on screen, and he just zerks the shit out of Eleet from full health to 0 in a matter of seconds. It might have actually been less than 2 seconds. That was a big ballsy move right there, and it fucking paid off for him. That was insane. And now it's 3-2, boys. And now it's 3-2. Just like that. Oh, no doubt. I think so too. I think that's exactly what happened. Eleet thought he was he was good. Eleet thought he was gonna win there, which it makes sense. Makes sense. It seemed like he should have. But sometimes, dude, RNG. Sometimes that RNG just pays off. Got through that block, landed a couple of nasty zerks back-to-back, and finished. 3-2, currently in favor of the champ, but Maty trying to make a big comeback. Yeah, and that's what he gave him, dude. He kind of figured he was okay and just stuck around in that area, and that was the mistake that cost him the round. Maty was literally just about Teeth PK, though. Now Eleet is going into savage mode. Look at this. He hasn't even been hit yet. And he's on his Bone Spirit train plan. This is very interesting. This might suggest that Eleet is a bit frustrated. I just want to say cheers to you, Wasted. Dude, thank you so much for 7 months, my dude. That really means a lot. And cheers to you. That is awesome. I really appreciate that support. Yeah, I think Eleet is a bit frustrated by Maty here. I think he really thought he should have had that last round. Oh, big damage from Eleet. Maty is in a lot of trouble. Yeah, and that's what he's going for. That's what Eleet's going for. He's trying to remind Maty, look what I can do, bro. You want to duel a demoralizing Necro? Here we go. Now he's on the spear plan. Very interesting. I actually like that from Eleet. That allows him to shoot at Maty very quickly if he can grab that name lock when Maty comes on screen. And that will get to him quicker than a Bone Spirit. hopefully ending the duel before Maty has a chance to do so himself. But Maty in a lot of trouble. Vamp the Champ on, he's mixing in teeth with his bone spirits here. Maty in a ton of trouble from that first bone spirit exchange there. He got caught in a nasty train. And the Teeth PK making it 4-2 in favor of the champ. Damn, bros. Damn. And it's starting to look like Maty's back is against the ropes. By the way, I just noticed Vamp the Champ is streaming, dude. Let's try to check things out from his point of view here. This could be the round. I didn't see him streaming at first, but I'm happy that he is now. We get to see this from the Necro standpoint. You can see all of the hacks that he's using to be the #1 dueler in the world. You can see all of his hacks. Just clearly hacking. There's no way somebody defends the title 11 times in the course of their DFC career without hacking, according to some. But this guy, he's just really good, man. I'm happy that he's streaming here. We get to see this from his standpoint. It's very cool, man. Every time I watch this guy duel, I learn something. You know, and I get even more inspired to build and get good with a Necro. Oh, look at this, showing off the skill tree, dude. That's really cool. That is really cool. Oh, 43%. That's illegal. That's illegal. Breaking the rules. We're giving Maty a round win for that. It's now 4-3. We're giving Maty a round win. Oh, is it 43? Oh, okay. I'm just saying. Is that what we settled on? 43? God damn, who makes these rules? 42 is always the answer. 42 is always the answer. Yeah, it's odd. I don't think it really matters that much, but yeah, this is insane, boys. I mean, I think that would be basically what we would do in this sense. Like, if that, let's assume that he was 1% over the rules. It doesn't really matter that much. I would definitely award a round win to Maty and just see how it goes. You just start off at a disadvantage for having a very slight, insignificant advantage. I think it's more than fair. But it ain't going to matter. It's probably the rules if he's done it. I trust that Eleet knows the rules and is doing it. And we've switched those rules around so much, I wouldn't be surprised if for some reason we switched it from 42 to 43. It's not quite as fast, is it? Like, it's not quite as smooth. Not quite as smooth. I'm noticing that too, T. I'm more curious to just see how he's launching these Bone Spirit trains. But now we see that. We also see that he's using SS, likely with an Eld rune in it. Don't ever doubt me. Oh, man, that was an opportunity right there. He says, don't ever doubt me, Cooley. I never do. I never doubt Eleet. I just root against him because I want to see somebody beat him so that I get slightly inspired. Because in my mind, Eleet is this unbeatable dueler that I personally will never beat in my life. He's one of the most savage, best duelers I've ever seen on FPK characters, but specifically on a Necro. Don't confuse doubting you with rooting against you. All right? You're unbeatable in my mind. So whenever anybody beats you, it's like, holy shit. We got a show. We got a show, boys. Oh, man, big hits from Maty. Eleet now in trouble. All right, let's check it out from Maty's standpoint. Just because of the frame rate, I do agree with you, Aki. I'm just going to swap back over from that. I really love that Eleet showed off the build there and his skill point allocation. That was really cool to see. Maty looking for an opportunistic hit here. He definitely can take his time. Vamp was a little over 1k life. Oh! Big hits again, but Maty pays for it with a little bit of bone spirits there. Looks like he might have eaten 1, maybe 2 bone spirits, but he's still at a healthy life total. He's not necessarily teeth PK at this point, but Vamp the champ is gonna teeth anyway. When in doubt, chuck those teeth, dude. Can't hurt. Yeah, we might swap back and forth too. I really enjoy seeing it from Eleet's perspective too. Curious to see what his life total is. Very, very low. Yeah, so that whirlwind did pay off. And he is definitely on this train game plan here, mixing in some teeth. I call this the mushroom. Like, you see Eleet do this a lot. Like, he'll sit there and launch bone spirits, and you know, he'll teleport into them and lead himself down a little bit. But then at the end of the train, he'll start launching teeth, and that's typically to clear up the pets of his opponent. He does it a lot against druids, but it's also helpful here against Maty, because Maty is using Oak Sage on his barb, so it's helpful to clear that up. You know, and you just kind of clears the way for your bone spirits. Nice leaps there from Maty, trying to get him out of that spirit train. Maty being very patient and opportunistic here. Nice chain there from Maty, but he wasn't able to secure any hits with it, unfortunately. Eleet has a nice train going, nice mushroom going here. And ever so slightly changes that angle with his bone spirits, trying to get Maty to chase him into it. Maty not falling for the tricks. But Maty getting dangerously close to these bone spirits here. This could be very bad. Let's swap back over and see if Maty took any damage there. Maty did not. He might have taken a little bit from the teeth, but no big bone spirits hit him. Of the DFC, you mean, Psycho? Now, the DFC used to work in seasons. We used to do, like, seasons of the DFC. But now it's just a continuous rotating thing. And it's called DFC Unlimited now. Because there's no end to it. It's just every week we have a constant 100-day rotating ladder, if you will, of people based on their activity, their wins and losses, all of this stuff. And we rank people based on that. Oh, no doubt, no doubt, and that's the thing with 40 life rep, especially in these very long duels. It goes a lot further than you think. Sometimes it's easy to look at the amount of life that people rep back and be like, oh my gosh, that's so overpowered and broken or unfair. But you also got to realize how long the duel's been going on. For us, people like us, we watch this and we're so enthralled, and you know, it seems like no time has passed at all. But in these duels, a lot of time has passed. A Necro could max their bone armor. Typically, they don't, though, because they want to be very efficient with the skills that they max. And bone armor is not a synergy for bone spirit or spear or any of the offensive damage skills for a Necro. So typically, they don't max it. They could, but they typically don't. They usually prefer damage. Oh, man. Maty might have got some hits in there. Maty might have got some big hits in there. Can he turn up the heat and finish? Eleet has got to be very low on life. Oh, my God, and Eleet does it. Eleet does it. Pulls it off with a 5-3. Hold on. I got to check these rules now. I'm actually very curious as to what my rule set says. I'm scrolling back up in the chat. I'm checking this out. Let's do it live. Hold on, I'm gonna switch over to the... Actually, hold on. Let me, I'm not sure if Maty's showing off gear or whatnot, or what he's doing. Actually want to give these guys time to show off their builds or what have you. We can actually pop over. I would be very curious. I'm gonna pop over to Eleet and see if he'll show off some of his gear. Because, you know, before we officially check these rules. Because, dude, this guy is just a savage, man. And you don't typically get to see a Barb going up at the top tier level like that for a title shot. So it's very interesting to see how Eleet would have prepared his gear for this. Especially with this setup. He's the type of player, if it's 43%, 42%, whatever the max percent block is, Eleet's going to get it. He's really going to set his character up to give himself the best chance at winning that he possibly can. Looks like he might be AFK on a piss break, though, I would guess. Let's pop over to this rule set then real quick. See what I can do. If you guys get a gray screen, don't worry about it. All right. What is it? What is it? Is it 42? It's 43. What the fuck? I don't even know my own rules. Why do we switch this to 43? Whose idea was this? Like, it was at 42. I purposely picked 42. It's probably what it was. That's probably what it was. Someone hit me up, like, after a stream or something. They were like, oh, man, this should be 43. I just seriously don't even remember why we switched that from 42. No, I wasn't doubting. It's as my economics professor said in college, trust but verify. Trust but verify. I was just verifying. GG, man. That was really cool. 5-2 in favor of Eleet. Eleet holding on to the title, defending it once again. But a very nice performance there from Maty. I'm actually, like, I wish I could play Barb as well as this. I wish I could play a lot of characters as well as Maty. But, like, this guy was putting on a clinic with the Barb right there. He was very patient, very opportunistic in his hits, and just a great performance from Maty. Very well done. Very well done. Oh, shoot. I'm trying to switch over to D2R here. I'm going to see if I can get a game going here so that me and Stop It Hurts can go at it if he's got some... If Stop It Hurts is ready. Let me make a game. It's going to be Jack... And the password will be, I'll message you. I'll message you, Stop It Hurts. Or wait a minute. Oh, no, you already got a game up. Never mind. Oh, sick. Oh, sick. All right. All right. All right. We in this, boys. All right, we're going to get my duel in here against Stop It Hurts. We're actually going to see how good my setup is. Oh, dude, Tal Rasha's tombs are getting terrorized right now. That's pretty solid. I also really have to piss, which may affect my dueling style. But if it does, I will indeed take a piss break because it's one of those duels. I'm trying to get back into the top 10. Oh, this is 6. Dude, 6 is savage. I've actually dueled with him a lot in pub games. He's actually a really good Barb. What is the ping? What is my ping here? Yeah, it's not bad. 78, not horrible. Greetings. You East. See how I do versus max block. All right, I'm gonna cast those pets because you guys told me to. You said that pets is a good idea. I do only have the 99% faster cast. East Central. Okay, cool. Oh, does it really? I had no idea. Makes sense. Yeah, 75 block. All right. Let's just get it, man. Let's just get it. Ready, bro? All right, if I lose the first round, I'm taking a piss. All right, go, bro. Here we go. Round 1. Round 1. Oh my god. The pressure from this guy. Alright, I gotta get tricky. Alright, hey, I think I tricked him there. I think I tricked him. I'm not upset with myself. I'm not upset with my... I might have landed an 8-0 or 2. It wasn't as much as I wanted, but... Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, shit, boys. GG. Yes. Oh, shit. That max block, I was happy to go toe-to-toe with that Zerk. Hell yeah, I might have got one-shotted. But we was going to try it. We was going to try it. Yo, did my playlist expire? We can't be having that. We can't be having that. Let's jam it. Whatever playlist this is. Alright, man. And now I got my confidence up. Go, bro. Oh my god, big hit. Holy shit, dude. He ain't fucking around. I thought he was fucking around for a minute, but he's not, dude. I thought for a second he was fucking around, but he's definitely not fucking around. God damn. I thought this was gonna be fucking easy after that first round. But it ain't. But it ain't. Alright. Just means I gotta be in the zone. Alright, if I lose this one, I'm taking a piss. Alright, here we go. Just had to be in the zone. Just had to quit fucking around and be in the zone. By the way, cheers to you, Shirley. Alright, I think I got it. I think I know what to do. Yeah, sure, we're not at full health, but we're gonna go with it. Currently 2-1. Nice chains. Sometimes I'm smart, and sometimes I teleport right into whirlwinds. G, F, and G. 3-1. Whoo. Gotta love that max block. Alright, go, bro. Shaco Druid strong, dude. Too strong.
I am overburdened.
I'm taking this gold. It can't just sit there.
I can't carry anymore.
Damn.
Not here.
4-1, boys.
Not here.
Looks like this setup was okay. I also am not really I'm not really experienced in this matchup. I'm just chucking NATOs. That's all I know how to do. I feel like I don't deserve this win, but I will take it. If I get it. It's not over yet. He could just be sandbagging it. That's why we gotta stay in the zone. Oh shit. Oh shit, he's baiting me in. Okay. I told you, boys. He might just be sandbagging. GG's. GG. Apparently, max block druid, man. Way to go. It was really tough for a barb. It's really, really tough for a barb. I thought it might be, honestly. I thought that might be the way to go. But I wasn't really sure. I've seen max DR, max block druids get zerked to death before. EU non-ladder clone in 10 minutes. Hey, yo, dude, thank you so much. Shirley, I appreciate that heads up, dude. We'll definitely be checking that out. 10 minutes? All right, cool. Cool. Dude, sweet. I got a win. I actually didn't expect that against Stop It Hurts. This guy's a savage. Especially now that I know it's him on 6. Dude, this guy's really good. This guy's really good. I always feel good in pubs if I can beat him. Because he knows what he's doing on a barb. Yeah, GG. We got there, man. I'm rusty. Yeah, I mean, he was... I liked his strategy at the end, though. He was trying to bait me into it. He noticed my strategy, which if you guys noticed, it was to chuck create a tornado alley and try to time it so that when I see him teleporting, I teleport into my tornado alley. Because I know my cast frames are like, they're slower than his, but like, he'll almost immediately start zerking or what have you. So I'll probably teleport into the tornado alley. And I might take a zerk, but he's going to take 1 or 2 nados. That was my strategy. Just create tornado alley and teleport into it. Yeah, he's super aggressive too. I really like that, man. That duel didn't last long at all. Like, just hyper aggressive. That guy's good. Guy's really good. All right. I don't see anybody streaming in the Discord right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to take a piss. And then I might switch servers. And see if we can get this declone. You guys down for that? You guys want a declone? It's on EU, right? EU non-ladder declone in 10 minutes. See you soon, my dude. Thanks for the duels. Yeah, like, I don't think I had any business winning that, to be completely honest with you guys. I don't think I had any business winning that. I'm not really that great of a druid, and I had no experience, and I feel like max block saved me. Sure, it was like slightly my strategy, but my strategy was kind of late, if I'm not lying. All right, I'm gonna switch servers real quick. I'm gonna take a piss, and then we'll see if anybody's streaming in the Discord so that we can watch that while we wait for this declone. Shirley, I can't tell you how much I really appreciate the heads up on that, dude. That is really cool, because if there's one thing I love almost as much as dueling, it's IDing Annihilus Charms, hoping for a 2020. Yeah, we switched the card up, Max, I think. Yeah, Demented, I accidentally matched Demented with his opponent from last week in Go Gators. So we had to do something different. So it was like a last minute switch up. This girl absolutely annihilates declone. All right, we're gonna join this up. BRB boys, taking a piss. I'm gonna keep an eye on the Discord too, and I'm just gonna literally have this game up, waiting for declone. What is the? Hold on, is it? Yeah, just declone. Is that what it is? No, it's Diablo clone. No, it's Uber Diablo. That's what it is. Approaches. So some SOJs have been sold. All right, BRB boys. We back. Any progress on the declone? Blade Center DQ, cheating ass cheater. Been tearing it up versus Jexus and Polly as hybrid Sin. Yeah, you friggin' cheater. Don't you know we only watch you because of your Blade Sin, Max? Don't you know? No, I'm just kidding, man. Use whatever. We love seeing the Blade Sin, but dude, if I'm being straight though, like Max is an insanely good Sin player that I would hate to see get pigeonholed into just a Blade Fury Sin, because he's actually really good on any version of a Sin and very, very knowledgeable on them. He just happens to be like famous in the DFC for the Blade Fury Sin because it's one of the coolest builds you'll ever see. All right, boys. Terror approaches. It's spreading. Terror is spreading its legs in Sanctuary, boys. We about to get a free Annihilus charm. Thanks to some kind soul somewhere on BattleNet. All right. That's what we like to see. This one is a 1620. Let's see if we can get better than that. Oh, nice. The more is corrupted? Is it really? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Terror spreads across Sanctuary. Yeah, it really is. Bloodmore and Den of Evil. Holy shit. And I think there's another one at 8, right? On non-ladder Americas at 8, I think. I was just checking out your post from earlier. I guess, no, never mind. They're not sure of the server. But knowing if it's the same guy that usually pops them, it's probably Asia, actually, because America, Europe, he'll probably pop Asia next. That's usually how he does it. He'll hit all the servers. So that will probably be, if I had to guess, where it is next. Like, he has his chat vote on it, but, like, sometimes he doesn't include other servers. Like, he only includes one legitimate server. So it doesn't really matter. It'll be ladder? Okay. By the way, cheers to you, Mr. Mogs. Yeah, this is EU. Alright. D-clone is unleashed. Let's murder this. Let's murk this dude. What are you doing? Camping the portal? What a BM dueler D-clone is. That's so BM. Didn't even try to give us a chance. Alright. What do we got? Wham! 15-15. Damn it. I'm so sick of my average charms, dude. That's so painfully average. Can I catch a break with these Annihilus charms? Or am I doomed to be painfully average for the rest of my life? Don't answer that. Alright, sweet. Sweet, we got it. Time to log out, switch servers. back to probably Asia. I don't know, I'm just gonna actually leave it out here for a minute. Keep an eye on this Discord. I don't see anybody streaming, but I will swap back over to Americas. And until we see people streaming, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna smash up these terror zones, dude. Screw it. Screw it. I absolutely love terror zones. I've been leveling up quite a bit on the Necro. I only need one more level on the Druid. I should probably restat my entire Druid now, as I, not gonna lie, definitely tokened for max block. Definitely did that. That was a thing. Yeah, that was non-ladder. That was non-ladder. No way, dude. You got a 2028? Holy shit. Holy shit, dude. People are getting so lucky today. Me, though, painfully average. The fuck, man? I can't complain too much. Like, I did get one 2020 Annie once. So it's hard to complain too much. Can't really bitch about it too much. Oh, shit. I actually was going to use this helm for max block with this setup, but I'm noticing I might have wasted whatever I paid for this. I can't even remember what I paid for this. I think it might have been an ist rune, actually. I think it was like dirt cheap. Maybe a high rune. But it's just not worth it. I was going to have a max block set up with a druid, but like with the way that the DFC works is you don't really need one. You can just token. Like, let's be serious. That's probably what a lot of people do. Probably use this amulet, and I need a caster ring. Dude, that's amazing. Nice job, P. Tiffy. Did one just pop non-ladder? Did it? Uber Diablo. It popped like an hour ago. 164, yeah, so we're good. Terror zone tipping, boys.
Greetings.
Dude, I don't even need wolves for this shit, right? Like, it's fucking Bloodmore. We clear this shit all the time. She's terrorized, boys. Oh, I was gonna say, how come my life is so low? But it's because I have max block. Yeah, I think when you get a druid to level 94, he's actually complete. You don't necessarily need any you don't need any more levels than that. We don't need decrep here really, so do I still have my insight? I don't. It's like we're doomed to decrep and suck down mana pots. Whatever, though. At least we won't run into any immunes. Hey, what's up, Doom? Yo, you ready to duel? Doom has his work cut out for him tonight, dude. He's got a tough match. Not gonna lie. It is a really tough match. Actually, I need ID scrolls. I'm not even... This guy ain't even set up for PVM right now. He was just PvPing a second ago. I do need to get him to 94, though, like I said, because then you can stat all the way down to bear with hard skill points and max all the other skills that you need to on a druid. That's why it's so important to get to level 94, at least. You could technically do it with the right helm at, like, less of a level, but 94 is, like, the pinnacle for this. Oh, shit, that sucks, dude. That sucks. Damn, that's too bad. I'm rooting for you, though, Doom. I know it's a tough matchup, but I think if there ever was a sorceress that could do it, it's probably you. I know it's tough. He's going up against a druid on a cold sorceress. So the reason that's a tough matchup is because they have cyclone armor and they can just keep recasting it. So it kind of sucks. Like, but the thing is, if you have a really good cold sorceress like Doombringer, they'll actually make it so that it's almost like a druid recasting pets. It's just a lot harder to do it and escape the deathly clutches of Blizzard and, you know, Ice Blast. Like, that's how a good sorceress will do it. Like, they'll put the pressure on you. Dude, so I was on Dobrunsky's stream earlier, and people were talking about, like, they were complaining about some terror zones. Now, granted, I'm not going out and jamming every terror zone that pops up. But, like, my official opinion on the density of terror zones, right? Think about it this way. All these monsters are eye level 95, right? If you would think, like, a year ago that they told us that there would be areas with the density of, say, Mausoleum. Not dense at all. But all of the monsters would give you the same experience as Diablo. Would we have thought that that was not a dense area for leveling? Like, granted, there's better ones. But my dudes, these are all... This is like a Diablo kill on all of these dudes. I just killed like 6 Diablos in a second right there. Sure, it's the Bloodmore. But shit, dude, I really can't complain too much, honestly. Like, it's all like mini Diablos. They're all mini Neolithocs, really. They're better than Diablo. Yeah, too much density would kind of be stupid when you think about it. Like, people were wondering if leveling to 99 in these Terror Zones was going to be too easy. It's like, yeah. I mean, when you... Leveling to 99 was never easy. That's the thing. Like, that's the crucial assumption in that argument. It was always very difficult. And now it's reasonable. Like, now it's semi-reasonable for a committed player. Yeah, but don't get me wrong, I am still going to be hyper excited about the tombs when they pop, Chaos Sanctuary, all of that shit. Yeah, those are good ones, dude. Like, I even try to, like, go on lunch at work if the tombs pop. Just because I'm like, well, you might as well. It's friggin' tombs. Like, it's definitely the best area, let's be serious. Cows, significantly overrated, I think. Just because of how much time it takes to get the leg. Yeah, that's my gripe with it, Isabel. It's like they'll just get boring if they're, you know, if they're not dense enough. But you won't hear me complain that they should be more dense, because it's just like they're all eye level 95 monsters. Like, eye level 95 monsters that, and if you're just grinding for experience, you really can't beat it. Where's the place? There we go. Yeah, like, these are all bale kills right here, just about. Just killed 6 bales in a second. Yeah, here's another 6 bales. It's kind of crazy, especially if you're like level 98 and you're doing this. Like, that's most certainly the best way. Like, yeah, this ain't the most dense area. I ain't complaining about it. Thank you, Blizzard, for doing this. We tend to, like, complain about a lot of shit, right? Like, honestly, it's how I feel. Like, we tend to more complain about things than appreciate them. I just appreciate that at any given point in the day, whether I like it or not, whether I'm a fan of the area or not, there's an area I can go to that has a significant amount of monsters that's basically like killing Diablo over and over. Especially when I get a character to level 98 someday, I'm really going to appreciate that. Yeah, and theoretically, you could get a higher level to make your games. I was actually doing that at one point. I would have a higher level. I would make a game with my high level and then join it with my lower level, because the monsters would be a higher eye level. Like, I can show you what I mean. Like, after this one right here, I'll show you what I mean. 85 to 86 so quick last night. Last time only doing Terror Zones. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. They're super fun. I love the fact that you can find any item too. Like, literally any item that drops from any monster can be godly. Like, it can be they can drop any item in the game. I absolutely love it. And from someone that picks up, like, just about every item that does drop, man, I love it. Just killing Diablo. Can you imagine how quickly Teo would have got to level 99 if Terror Zones were a thing? He had to join games and multiple games and have his friends make, you know, do chaos runs for him. His community. Can you imagine if just, oh, yep, Diablo kill, Diablo kill, Diablo kill. Shit, bro. Yeah, Oridon is the best in my opinion. I'm slowly working towards one. Like, I actually just bought a whole bunch of shit on ladder. I should show you guys. I should actually show you. I have a bunch of gear for one. I'm obviously setting up the PvP version. And in PVM, I'm just going to let the auras do the work. I'm just going to hit the easy terror zones and walk around so that I don't really have to think and do any work. Yeah, fire damage. Yeah, let me show you real quick. Yeah. Oh, it's definitely dependent on the new charm, too, which is a couple of ladder seasons away. But, like, you know, because you have to wait. You have to go find it on ladder, then level your non-ladder guy that's, like, rich as fuck, you know. But dude, look at what I got, man. It's like pretty close to the helm that I showed off in my video. Like 30 strength. It's a 30-30 2 socket 2 paladin with 2 facets in it. I'm okay with it. Then I rolled this Hajj. Pretty sick. 330 is the max, but granted this was rolled in a 15-3 superior phase blade. So, but still not really upset with it. It's a 313 roll, could be worse. Oh yeah, it absolutely smokes. Like, check out that video that I just put out today, Max. Like, check out the latter half of that video and just watch that game. Watch the gameplay footage in the background. Like, the Oridon just rips up P8. That was all on P8. It was granted single player simulation that I put the character together with the Sunder Charm and shit. It's all fucking P8, just ripping through shit. Like, it's embarrassingly good. Like, it's so good. Yeah, P8 rips through them. But yeah, if you do go a lower player count, you can literally just walk around. You can walk around with the build, with the Sunder Charm. It's insane. Flickering Flame is okay. Flickering Flame would bring all of the enemies down to -90 resist. So you're only getting -5 resistance versus a helm like this, but you're losing 30% faster run walk. And on an Oridon, I actually prefer the run walk over the 5% extra damage because you're already just nuking all of the monsters pretty easily, even the fire immunes. So like that extra 5% doesn't really matter to me. And the fire skills doesn't matter because it doesn't actually add on to your auras. Yeah, it cancels the Sunder negative, but like, let's be serious. Like, if you're talking about someone like me, if I'm in a zone where there's like, you know, I'm just gonna stack up shitty charms with resistance to make up for it, because the charms don't really matter that much if you're just kind of latesing around. But if I have to like clock a couple of monsters, that's fine by me too. Like, you know what I mean? You probably won't die too quickly. Like that's the thing. You probably won't die very quickly, even if you're sundered with that charm, even if you have a really shitty Sunder charm. I got some LLD charms. I'll probably just put these on the Oridon though, but they might actually end up on an LLD. Yeah, 3 XX15s. They'll probably end up on an LLD. Is Trapsin noob tier PVM now? No, it's actually good, man. With the new Sundering charms, they also rip away damage for your traps. So like you can cancel out the light immunes with and your traps will do more damage to them too. So they made it so that works. So no, I don't think it's noob tier. I still think it's pretty good. But Sundering charms just makes it so that sorceresses are almost certainly the best farmers early on if you get a Sundering charm. Like, almost certainly. So we're kind of back to that, right? Like, sorceresses were always kind of good, and there was other builds that you could use so that you wouldn't have to use a sorceress, and that could do things that, you know... the reason why it was cool to run an assassin before is because they could farm areas that had immunes in them. And now, if you get a Sunder charm, your sorceress can too. So it just kind of takes away any incentive. The Sunder charm just takes away any incentive to start with anything but a sorceress, in my opinion. I keep impulsively hitting 2 here. So I'm going to put my mana pots there. Yeah, it is kind of cool. I actually appreciate the fact that they did that. Because otherwise there would have certainly been no reason to run an assassin. Like if if you'd sunder an enemy and your trap still didn't work, that would just be embarrassing. Like it's like embarrassing for Blizzard. Like no point to having the Sunder Charm at that point for an assassin. Oh, we got cursed. That's too bad. But yeah, so I was already thinking about running a Sorceress on ladder reset. I'm almost certainly running one now. Alright, so theoretically these charms can be 45 life. I have yet to see a 45 life Grand Charm drop from any of these areas. Give it to me here, boys. Not quite. Not actually horrible for a level 18, though. Although, I did find... Oh, dude! I did find actually another charm today. I was doing some runs after work. Was not recording again. I'll show you what I found, dude. Remember how I was, like, so pumped that I found the 175 charm with, like, 20 life? Well, guess what? I found another one with 2 decks. Like, these are technically as rare as 451 poison charms because of the pestilent prefix. Like, that can only drop at, you know, with certain eye levels. So that's technically the same prefix as a 451 poison charm. No, I don't think it works like that, though, Alexi. So, 2 perfectly rolled pestilent charms here. I just kept them. I was like, okay, cool. Like, you never see that. Facets still do not work, so that is confirmed. I was actually kind of wondering that in the back of my mind, honestly, Max. I also found this, but it's really nothing too special. I just kept it because it was cool. But, so, confirmed still doesn't work that way. Yeah. Alright, I do see some people joining up in the Discord, though. That's good. I'm keeping an eye on that. I do see, who did I see? I see Polytheist in there. Oh, my God. This guy's always fun to watch on a Druid. Very fun to watch on his Fire Druid. So, as soon as he goes live, we might pop over to that. Right now, we're just killing time, waiting for these guys doing some terror zones. I always pick up amulets, too. A, because you can craft with them. Because they're always eye level 90. No matter what monster they drop from, you can craft with them. So they're always eye level 90 at least. And also, I'm actually in search of some really weird amulets, like with integer damage reduction and shit. So I just always pick up magic amulets now. And of course you can get like, you can also get like a 50 MF amulet, which some people go crazy for. Like, those are also an option. Dude, I noticed, though, that I don't really have any characters above level 93 besides my Paladin that I spent so much time on. Which, those are the ones that I think really benefit from these terror zones. Alright, Polytheist is live, boys. Polytheist is live. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to pop over to Polytheist in his matchup tonight against LMAO AFK. Now, both of these guys are kind of lower on the ranks, but, like, don't let that fool you. These guys are, like, actually insane duelers. The only thing that the rankings really mean in DFC is just that you've won some amount of duels. Like, it's okay to lose duels in you know, for a couple of weeks. All of the rankings matchup look for is just that you've won a certain amount within 100 days. So let me get switched over to Polytheist's perspective here. You guys can see him on what I would assume to be probably his Fire Druid tonight. Something that we have become accustomed to seeing him on. And this guy is a savage. Dabrunsky was asking earlier if Fire Druids were a thing, and immediately Polytheist popped into my head. I was like, yep, they are a thing. They have been for a while. Polytheist has been on a Fire Druid since the days of LOD, but with the buffs in patch 2.4 and 2.5. He's really come into his build here. Now this is a little bit grainy here. This isn't on you guys' end. This is on mine. So we can check this out, and hopefully LMAO AFK shares his screen as well, and we can bounce back and forth between the two. Send him my ID, and I'll show him. I'll show him a game PvP style, what they can do. Oh yeah, dude. I think Dobrunsky is well, he's doing terror zones on his stream now, and of course you have to be on BattleNet to do those. I think, in the back of my mind, I think that Dobrunsky might actually get more into PvP. He's also expressed an interest in making a Wind Druid. DFC has been awesome on Thursdays. This is the new normal, right? Is there more or less alcohol involved? Same amount of alcohol, but yeah, Thursdays is becoming the new normal. Fridays is cool, but like it actually feels better to have a Friday night open. Just shooting straight with you guys. Single dude, dating is easier on Fridays. You know what I mean? And the girlie I'm hanging out with right now has weekends off, so she can come over on Fridays. So it just works out better. We have more time. Back when I didn't really give a shit about the relationship I was in, I was still just going on Fridays, you know. But boys, I'm either going to be lonely my entire life or stream on Fridays. Or stream on Thursdays, sorry. So I think I'm just going to try out Thursdays. But I might actually start streaming more during the week. I did a kind of a weird bonus stream this week. I don't regret it. It was actually kind of fun. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you. And you kind of don't want, like, that's kind of what you want. You want somebody that has, like, a regular work schedule like that. Like, you know what I mean? That they're just like, normal. Like, that's what I've noticed. That's kind of a good thing. Yeah, it is. Dude, it definitely works, too. It definitely works too, Paper. It works, but like I feel like I haven't tried it in a new situation yet where I wasn't sure if it was gonna work. I was very sure it was gonna work, or wouldn't matter if it didn't. Dude, are you talking about, sorry if I missed part of this conversation, Root Dio, are you guys talking about Fire Druid versus Necro? I think that definitely favors the Necro. Pulling an all-nighter on the 6th? Probably, Master Otis. I took the 6th and the 7th off. So yeah, probably pulling an all-nighter. I mean, dude, fuck it. Like, it's ladder reset, and, like, what I like to do on ladder reset is, first and foremost, I love to chill with my boys. I usually don't stream it. I'm not sure if I will this time. I probably won't. Like, we usually just chill in the Discord, and we play through the game, we drink beers, and we genuinely have a good time enjoying the game. We don't rush through it. You know, we just play through, we get to hell, we get to a decent level, and we go off and do our own thing. That actually means a lot to me. You know, because I'm not streaming, I'm not, like, I don't have my face in front of a camera. I just get to... You know, not to say I'm not myself on stream, but, like, I just get to be myself with my boys, not have to worry about what I say and fucking a whole bunch of shit. Like, I can just be dumb, or I can be, you know, stupid or silent. Like, it just doesn't matter. We're just all there chilling, drinking beers, having a blast. You know, so I kind of like that. But then afterwards, when we go off on our own, I just grind for shit and sell it on JSP, dude. It's the best time to rack up Forum Gold. Like, if you're not grinding on ladder reset for Forum Gold, you're fucking doing it wrong. And by the way, Middles, my dude, thank you so much for the 7-month tier 1 sub. Dude, holy shit, man. Thank you so much for that. Middles, you're the man. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Just realized the Tuesday after ladder reset, I have a meeting with the CEO of a Fortune 500 company who will be traveling that weekend. Should I call in sick? I think you should. I'm honestly at the point in my life, Bilbo, thanks to all of the blessings that I've had in the last couple of years, dude, that you've been here for every step through. I'm like at this point in my life where I actually just don't do anything at work that I don't want to do or don't feel like inspired to do. If I don't feel like I'm genuinely helping someone out, like today. My boss is getting done on Friday. He's not going to be there. He's on vacation all this week. His assistant is out. Nobody is on my floor. Like, nobody's around. So I went home and just worked remotely. I don't give a shit. Like, you know what I mean? But the expectation is that you got to stay there and shit. Life's too short for that, man. Like, if you ask me in 20 years if I'm going to regret that decision, the answer will be no. And I probably will be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah. Who needs a day job when you can just make so much for him? Gold on ladder reset day. Exactly. Exactly. Back on LOD, I used to sell shit. Like, people who didn't have a lot of forum gold, you would post it on JSP, but then they would message you and you would talk to them on like Discord or whatnot, and they would actually just buy it from you. Dude, this pixelation is insane. Hold on, let me see if nah, dude, LMAO isn't streaming it. So we can't switch perspectives. It's like super pixelated. Don't worry about it, boys. I'll tell you what's going on. So this is what's going on right now. We have a Fire Druid going up against a Necro. This matchup probably favors the Necro, because the Necro can duel at long range, which is not good for the Fire Druid. So the Fire Druid here, who is Polytheist, the most notorious Fire Druid in the DFC and possibly all of D2R, is going up against PK, LMAO, AFK. This guy's a savage. He knows what he's doing. One of those types of duelers. So a win here is going to be huge for Polytheist, and it's going to be a step to try to get into the top ranks with the top duelers for LMAO AFK, who I think can definitely get there. Like, I've seen this guy duel before. He's certainly underestimated, I think, in this matchup. Right now, the fan favorite is probably Polytheist, just because everybody loves to see his build do well. An absolute expert on this build. And to see him do so well with it in the DFC is inspiring, just like it is to watch Max on a Blade Fury Sin. It's inspiring. But dude, LMAO AFK ain't no joke. Yeah, and the bone armor actually, that's a good point, Root, because all of the damage that Polytheist does, it's kind of split in half when you think about it. It's fire damage and physical damage. So the bone armor can actually pay some serious dividends in this matchup by absorbing that piece of the physical damage. So yeah, it definitely goes a long way. Needs to clap him with Kano, yeah, for sure. I think right now he's just kind of hunting for a name lock, though. Like, he's hunting for a name lock, and LMAO AFK isn't going to let him on his screen. That's basically what he's trying to do. He's trying to fight at a distance. He's not pure fire druid? His bear hits for like 6k? No shit. Wow, didn't know that. Yeah, Boulder won't do enough. Boulders are super slow still. Yeah, I had no idea that his bear was a hitter. Yeah, and he's showing off Kano and Armageddon here. Yeah, he's showing his skill setup, which that was good. I saw that he was invested in Kano, but I didn't get a good look. I won't ask him to do it again because he's middle of a duel in low life, but yeah, good luck, dude. I want to see someone use the Necro differently too, but why would you in PvP? When you're in a competitive tournament, why would you? Bone Spirit is busted. Right now, the damage on Bone Spirit and Bone Spear is absolutely busted. Why would you use anything else? Like, Bone Skills are so busted with their damage. Nice lock there from LMAO AFK, getting a spear in for his troubles. Indeed I did. Yeah, I went with Teeth. I used it differently, but I'm still using bone spells. Yeah, it was a bit different than what people were used to, though. That was a good point, JR. Oh, you just mean in like play style? Yeah, okay. Yep. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you should have seen. Did you see me last week? Did you see me in JR's duel last week? That was solid. That was actually fun. It was just straight teeth necro. I committed everything into teeth. Yeah, Toshank will aggress characters that he shouldn't even be aggressing, and he'll beat him. Like, it's kind of funny to watch. By the way, just a reminder, if you're seeing some pixelation on this, it's not on you guys' end, it's on mine. The Discord stream is rather pixelated, but it looks like LMAO AFK takes round 1 against Polytheus, the notorious Fire Druid. AKA Shaman, yes. Sorry, thank you for correcting me. I actually have to start saying that. That is the actual legit name of the build. And it has been for a very long time.
I am overburdened.
It's on their toaster PCs. Yeah. Alright, I'll have to remember that when Maty's stream gets pixelated. I'll tell him to get a good PC. Tell him stop being a broke-ass bitch and get a good PC. So I'm going to tell him. I'm pretty sure he has a good one and a good internet connection. But I guess, I don't know, he's always recording his duels too. So, probably like using a lot of CPU. Ah, no way, Isabel. I still remember, do you remember when we threw that cold sort together for you in LOD and then D2R came out? Yeah. I think you should. I think a cold sork is really good. Like, the Sunder Charms just make cold sorks one of the most savage PVM characters in existence right now. It's really good. Don't remind me. Pretty sure all of that shit expired. It was really good shit, too. Like, we're talking, like, Joby and Maty came on. I think Maty gave Isabel, like, 40 lifers. 40 lifer cold skill grand charms. Decked out. I'm talking the most decked out shit. This was the days of, like, this was the heyday of LOD, though. When, like, if you didn't have that shit, you were poor. Like, the game had been out for years. I was lucky enough, like, I never really spent a lot on the game, but I was lucky enough to, over the years, have accrued everything that I needed for just about any dueler. Like, if you play the game long enough, you'll come on to it. Oh, no, I'm not trying to make you feel horrible. No, don't feel horrible. Like, actually, you're not alone, because a lot of people lost a lot of good shit when D2R came out, because everybody started playing D2R. No, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to make you feel horrible. I was just saying now you have some experience. Now you know what to look for. Now you know how to build that cold sort. The end game gear you should be aiming for. Especially if you get into PvP. That'd be so cool. That would be so cool. Oh yeah, Bilbo, by the way, hold on. I want to make sure I didn't actually see your question, but I want to read it. How do you guys find people to play with on Ladder Reset? Dude, come play with me. I actually don't have a team. It's just going to be me, Joby, Maty, probably my cousin Ethan. I think possibly, I can imagine Shirley will be there. Probably Kawa too. I think Kawa will be there. But, like, I don't have an official team, dude. So if you want to run with us, you're more than welcome to. Oh, shit. Yeah, Doom, jump in, dude. Dude, he lost his full-on full of hybrids? No fucking way. No fucking way. Dude, I stand by my statement. If you are a hybrid owner on LOD, you have an obligation to the history of Diablo 2 to not let your account expire. If you feel that you cannot fulfill that obligation, you give your hybrids to me, and I will keep them alive. You give your hybrids and duped and hacked items to me, because those are a historical thing in Diablo 2. I don't play LOD anymore, really, but I will gladly keep them alive. And no, I will not give them back if you decide that you're going to get back into D2. They're fucking mine. Because I'm keeping the history of D2 alive. No, I'll probably give him back, though. But yeah, dude, like, I think that's important. Like, that was... There will come a day where it will be nearly impossible to find some of that shit that we talked about, like, 5 years ago. There will come a day. Especially with D2R being a thing. Alright, GG, Bilbo. So I probably 3 of the top 10 Sork circlets and legit 08 Fletch. Oh, shit. Yeah, you have an obligation to keep that shit alive. Honestly, Wig. Keep it alive. I have a summon Necro. He's the first try I finished in Hell. I'm keeping him alive because I love him. Yeah, I think I was there on that stream where you first beat Hell Bale with your summon Necro. And it was an emotional moment for you, and I got emotional too. I think that was really cool to see that. I think we actually really forget, like, how cool this game is and how it feels to play through and actually accomplish something with it, especially the people like myself that you practically know every build front to back, like how it should be built, best in class strategies and all of this stuff. You forget how it feels to play the game. Like, you know what I mean? To play through and enjoy the storyline of D2. That was one of the coolest moments I've ever seen on stream. I was happy to be there. Fuck yeah, Wasted. Gotta do it, dude. And unfortunately, Polytheist, probably Teeth PK here. He's not going out of his way to chase LMAO AFK. I know right now it looks like we're viewing a computer from the Stone Age. But don't worry, I'm going to articulate the things that are going on. Polytheist is at 102 life. Teeth PK for sure. No, I don't mean to say that. I actually just appreciate that that Polytheist is streaming this. I know sometimes situations happen, ping or what have you. No, and honestly, I'm just happy to see this because even in pixelated view right here, we get to see some of the strategies from in my opinion, the top Fire Druid player in the world. So even though we're only picking up a few pixels, it's like really good to actually see how one should be played. How do you fix the pixels? I'm not entirely sure. I think, yeah, this is streaming at 1080p right here, you can see. So technically he's streaming at the most that he can possibly stream at. It's probably like it's either like a ping or a connection issue or just CPU usage. Like, that's what I would guess. It happens to me sometimes too. It happens to me sometimes too. So it's like, and I know my computer's pretty savage. Like, it's not a horrible one. Adds nostalgia. Right. I mean, when you think about it, we're basically watching LOD. Fuck are you guys complaining about? We're practically watching LOD. So there's nothing to really be upset about. The dealer who is streaming the match, who Cooley is watching, is capped to save his ping for CPUs. Yeah, basically. So yeah, I necessarily can't fix it on my end, right? Hard telling. I can't actually see that, Doom. I can't actually see it. Chew30 says I can't swim. Fun fact, I can swim, but I actually sink. Some humans float. I don't. I almost drowned once. I almost, this was before I started streaming. I actually almost drowned. Almost was never a thing. These DFCs would have never been. Yeah, it's just obviously too much muscle. It's obviously the 1% body fat. Nah, dude, I was a fat fuck too in my last relationship. You guys remember me? I was 40 pounds heavier last year, and that was when I was in a relationship with somebody, and she was like a star swimmer in high school and shit. And we went to the UMaine Rec Center pool, and she was trying to teach me how to float because I told her the story about me almost drowning, which I'm not sure if I told you guys, but I will in a second. And she figured out that I can't float. There's just, like, I'm too fucking dense, which didn't come as news to me, but certainly came as news to her. Oh, Days are still on vacation? Oh, that sucks. Would have been a good match to watch. Actually, I usually don't look forward to Sin v Sin matches, but that I would have actually loved to see that. Oh, don't get me wrong, I love swimming too. I try to make a point to go swimming each week on the weekends. Yeah, like, I have no idea. Like, I was, at the time, when she was trying to teach me how to float, like, I was 40 pounds overweight, so I was, like, all body fat. Like, should have floated for that alone. But, like, for whatever reason, I can take a whole 2 lungs full of air and arch my back just right, and I will sink to the bottom eventually. Like, or I won't sink to the bottom. I'll just sink below my, like, I'll sink in the water. It's just super weird. I'm just fucking dense, man. Just fucking dense. Can't explain it. And it's still like that, even 40 pounds lighter. It's still like that. I've tried it when I was swimming. You know, I've gone back to the rec center and tried it then. Still the case. I still sink. Don't know what it is. I'm doing everything perfectly. But, dude, so this is the story. I'll give you guys the spark notes because it's kind of a long story. But I'll give you the spark notes of how I almost drowned and how I almost died. Long story short, there was a trampoline in the middle of a lake. And I wanted to get to that fucking trampoline because I love trampolines. That's definitely what it is, GB Titan. Like, I had to get to this trampoline. You should see me on a trampoline, dude. I can do 360 misty backflips. I might look like a fat ass on camera and some guy that's lazy as fuck and just plays D2 all day, but you put me on a trampoline, dude, oh shit, you're gonna be asking me why I didn't have an Olympic career. You know, you're gonna ask me why I don't know Tanya Harding personally and weren't, like, in the Olympics since the age of 14. Like, it's gonna blow you away. So naturally, when I see a trampoline, I need to get on that shit. And that's what I tried to do. There was a trampoline in the middle of a lake. And I said, I'm gonna jump on that fucking trampoline. So I started to swim to it. I started to swim to this trampoline. And about a quarter of the way through, I realized and remembered that I don't float. And that my stamina for swimming is not really that great. I smoke a lot. My lung capacity and stamina for really anything active for long periods of time is fairly diminished. So halfway through this swim, I noticed that I'm out of stamina, right? My stamina bar, extremely low. I'm walking, but in the water. Doggy paddle, because I can't bring myself to bring my arm up over to actually do a stroke and swim correctly. I'm too tired. Yeah, I have no idea, but apparently it's a thing. Apparently people have trampolines that float in the middle of lakes. Dude, is Polytheus switching to a bear, trying to bear PK here? That would have been the most epic kill I've ever seen in my life. Oh no, he's doing it to try to protect himself. That was actually very smart. So Polytheus just switched to a bear to protect himself from teeth and not die in that exchange. That was insane. What a smart druid player. Yeah, exactly. So I noticed that I was out of stamina in the middle of a lake. I wasn't quite to the trampoline. In fact, I was halfway between the trampoline and the shoreline. How do I know? I had to stop in the water and make a quick assessment as to what the fuck I should do. If I should keep swimming to the trampoline, or if I should try to swim back to shore. Or if I should yell to my friends that I'm in trouble. Those are the three options that I thought of in the moment. But then I said, I had a real moment with myself. And I said, I'm kind of a sarcastic jackass, so if I waste my breath and yell to my friends, they might just laugh and not believe that I'm actually in trouble. Sort of boy who cried wolf type shit. So I was like, that would be a waste of breath. I could swim back to the shoreline, but I feel like I would waste a lot of energy trying to tell if I could touch or not. And I would waste momentum and energy trying to figure out if I can touch. So I was like, I should actually swim to the trampoline because I'll always know that I can't touch and I have to get to the trampoline or else I die. All right, thank you for the heads up, Joby. I'll finish this story and we'll check out this duel and we'll pop over. So I made the choice in that moment to swim to the trampoline and to try to stick it out, do my doggy paddling, and try to get to the trampoline. I still couldn't raise my fucking hands above the water. So I continue to doggy paddle. And I can feel myself, after a few seconds of doing that, doggy paddling, I could feel myself sinking. I couldn't doggy paddle hard enough to stay afloat. And immediately, something in my brain snapped. Like, something in my brain snapped. It was like this very real moment of, you are going to fucking die. Like, there's no outs for you here. You thought fucking dueling against Farmer was a death sentence? This is an actual death sentence. You are going to die. Like, it was just a very real moment that I had with myself. Oh, thank you. Thank you. All right, Asia Declone, that's where it is. All right, sweet. I'm going to fire up the Asia server here. Thank you for that heads up. So, in that moment where my brain just snapped and decided that you're going to die unless you make it to this trampoline, suddenly, I can't even explain this, dude. Well, I can't explain it. I had the hugest rush of adrenaline that I've ever had in my life. Suddenly, when my body realized that I was going to die, I was no longer tired. Suddenly, I could raise my arms above the water and swim like nobody's business. Like, it was literally the second wind that they talk about in boxing. It was literally the second wind, the rush of adrenaline that people talk about when they're flipping cars off of their kid that's stuck under them. Like, it was this rush of adrenaline that, like, you have no options. You have to make it to this trampoline or you fucking die. Like, that was what clicked into my head. And, like, suddenly, my body being to the point where I couldn't lift my arm above the water snapped. And I was the best Olympic swimmer ever. Like, I was no longer tired. I just can't explain it. Like, I just shifted into, like, rage mode. I was no longer tired. I was swimming to this trampoline. I wasn't even fucking looking. I was just, like, I would periodically look up to make sure I was going in the right direction. And I was just swimming, dude, with everything that I had. And then I remember, I started feeling tired again, but I had made so much progress in my rage mode that, like, I was almost to the trampoline. There was kids playing near the trampoline, swimming in the water. There was a whole bunch of shit going on this trampoline. And nobody in this situation understood the reality that I was seeing at that time. That I am probably going to die. Have you guys ever seen that Will Ferrell movie where he gets shot with a tranquilizer dart and, like, starts grabbing kids by the neck and throwing them out of the way with blatant disregard and pure disrespect? Old school. That's exactly what it is. Thank you, OG. That's exactly what I did to a kid who was climbing the ladder of the trampoline. I shit you not, dude. I knew I was in trouble. I knew I was in trouble. But there was this little kid. He was probably 8. And he was like, ha ha. He was laughing and shit. And he was, like, trying to get up this ladder to go onto the trampoline. I literally grabbed him by the neck and threw him off the ladder. His parents were probably watching and shit. but I grabbed onto the ladder. And I remember I said, I'm sorry. Like, that's all I could say. I was like, I'm sorry. And fucking then they could, like, tell that, like, something was wrong. And fucking I knew something was wrong. So I climbed up the ladder with every piece of strength that I had left. And as I get up the ladder, I notice there is a really hot chick on this trampoline. Like, this is, if you ever wonder how the brain works and what it prioritizes in life, like how much it prioritizes mating over living, let this serve as an example. I was practically dying a second ago. But there was a really hot chick on this trampoline. So immediately, my body started to try to calm down and not look like a fucking beached whale. I told myself in my head, you need to say something that is funny and attractive. So I said, the series of events that commences in the next several seconds is something I will never forget. So I said to this hot chick, big ass tits, beautiful ass, tiny little waist. I said, I was like, the only thing I could think to say was, good day for a trampoline, ain't it? That was what I fucking came up with. Good day for a trampoline, ain't it? Immediately after saying that, I fell over on the trampoline on my side. Puked off the side of the trampoline. There was kids down there. I don't know if it hit them. I didn't look. But I puked off the side of the trampoline after saying such an epic pickup line. Fell over on my side. Puked off the side of the trampoline. So just imagine... just imagine how this looked for her. Right? She sees this guy climbing up a ladder. Probably giving her the eye. And is like... good day for a trampoline, ain't it? She's probably confused by that, right? And then immediately, this guy falls over, passes out, and pukes off the side of the trampoline. She immediately jumped off, I believe, and started swimming back to shore. And I don't blame her. The kids left. Yeah, after snapping a kid's neck off of a ladder. The next thing I remember is I actually passed out on the trampoline. And like the next thing I remember, there's some like 12-year-old that's like tapping me on the shoulder. And she's like, "Hey, I have a paddle boat. Can I bring you back to shore?" And I was like, yes. I was out of it, dude. Like, I was dead. So, like, this 12-year-old helps me into a paddle boat that I, like, pile into the back of. So you have this, like, what appears to be... she's paddling this paddle boat back to the shore. And what you see, if you're on the shoreline and don't understand the reality of the situation that just happened... you see this responsible-looking 12-year-old carrying what appears to be some irresponsible 30-year-old in the back of a paddle boat in Oakland, Maine. It probably wasn't that far out of the norm, to be completely honest. But I got to shore, and, like, most of my friends were laughing, right? They were like, wow, Cooley's drunk or some shit. They were like, Cooley's drunk, Cooley's fucked up. But one of my friends understood that I was in trouble. His name was Adam. And he came over and he's like, "Cooley, are you okay?" And I was like, I couldn't talk. Like, my words were slurred. Like, I couldn't talk. I could barely stand up. He had to help me. And he helps me into the camp. He helped me into bed. They all assumed I was drunk. So I passed out for literally 10 minutes. That was it. I passed out for 10 minutes. And like, I knew what everybody was thinking. I just couldn't respond. I was like physically drained. Like, I couldn't respond. I couldn't move. I couldn't stand up. My head felt like it was going to pop. Like, literally, my head, I've never had a more severe headache in my life. My head felt like it was literally going to explode. There was so much pressure in my head. But I woke up 10 minutes later. I actually had no idea how long I'd been out. But I woke up, and I went out. They were all drinking beers and shit still. So I grabbed my beer that was still sitting there. All right, GG. We'll pop into that. We're going to pop into Joby versus Dirty. This is big, man. This is co-main. This is co-main. This is co-main. I hate to see Polytheus go down like that. How does it look on stream? It's a little here. Let me try to fix this. But yeah, so I passed out for 10 minutes, woke up, grabbed my beer, and walked out to these guys around the fire. And suddenly I was with it again. I felt normal. And I was like, how's my hair look? Is it still gone? Like, that was the first thing I said, just joking around, letting them know I'm okay. And they were all confused as shit, dude. They were like, they assumed I was drunk. They, like, thought that I was drunk 10 minutes earlier. So they're like, how are you standing on your own feet putting together logical sentences right now? Like, we don't get it. We don't understand. Well, come to find out, boys, I almost died. And the reason I was in such rough physical shape was because my body released so much adrenaline trying to stay alive in that minute that it had flooded my body with lactic acid. There's apparently a manual override in your body that when you are about to die, it ignores every detriment in life and focuses solely on surviving at all costs. That is forgetting that you're tired, ignoring your muscles telling you that they can't, ignoring the fact that you don't have enough strength left in you to do anything. It ignores all of that. But you pay the fucking price for it afterwards. That sudden burst of energy had better save you, because if it doesn't, you are most certainly dead. Like, so what happened was I had a final burst of energy. My body thought that it was going to die. So it had exerted every single ounce of energy that it had to try to survive and get to the fucking trampoline. And my body paid for it. Like, it was a significant buildup of lactic acid in my body, which caused it to crash, which caused an insane headache. That's what makes it feel like your brain's gonna explode. Like, it was just a significant buildup of lactic acid all in my body from the adrenaline that tried to keep me alive. That was crazy. And I almost died. But I made it out alive, boys. And luckily, or unluckily for some of you, you got to listen to what I got to say now. That's But no, I'm happy, man. I got it. But it was a near-death experience for sure. Who wants bets? Dude, I'm betting on fucking Dirty, man. You know where my money's at. You know where my money's at. I'm betting on Dirty. I think he's got what it takes. I think he can do it. But Joby's actually... Joby's pulling up with a good strategy here. Joby's strategy is he's actually utilizing FOH a lot, which tells me he's either in a lot of trouble or he's just in it for the long run. Does he have Iron Golem? Joby has fucking Iron Golem right now? Why does Joby have an Iron Golem? Never ceases to amaze me, really. I have no idea, dude. I just threw a whole bunch of shit together. By the way, I'm a little late on this, but Alcatraz Inc., I just want to say, I'm so happy you're here, dude. I'm so happy that you listened to that story as long as it was. I know this is a little late. I was like mid-story. But, dude, you could be anywhere on the internet right now, and it means a lot that you're here with me. Watching some good old DFC fights, some PvP in D2R. It means a lot just to be here with you, so thank you so much for that. I appreciate the fact that you're here. And I'm also a little late on this, but cheers to you, Necro252. Yeah. I'm glad you liked it, Bilbo. I'm glad you liked it. I wasn't sure how entertaining the story would actually be. But it's not even, it wouldn't even have been a cool way to die. Like, you know what I mean? Just, you tried to get to a trampoline and died. Like, not even a good story. It was probably 5 years ago. I think I was 29 or 30. I think I was 30. So yeah, it was about 5 years ago. I just want to know, like, if I could be in anybody else's body and see their experience for a minute, I would want to be that hot girl on the trampoline because I would want to know what the fuck that looked like. I would probably laugh my ass off. Like, she was dealing with some shit. She had her own life going on at that point. And I would have just been very curious to see what it felt like to have me roll up on a trampoline and say, and I quote, "Good day for a trampoline, ain't it?" And then commence to pass out and puke off the side of said trampoline. Like, there's very few experiences that are genuinely funny in life. But I feel like that would be one of them. I'm so happy to hear that, Bilbo. I'm so happy to hear that. It's a true story, SJ Dubs. It's a true story. I'm surprised I haven't told you that yet. Yeah, it was the most memorable pickup line I've ever said in my life because I had almost died before it. There's very few pickup lines in this life have such brevity and such meaning. But it wasn't the best pickup line, but considering the circumstances, was pretty damn good. She probably went back to her girlfriend's like, so this guy, right? She probably went back to her girlfriend's and was like, I'm gonna fucking download Tinder today because the guys in real life fucking suck. And then commenced to tell that story. I wonder how she's doing today. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, it really accentuates it. Right? That's, I mean, in retrospect, she should have. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, if she would have understood that like, think about that for a minute. My body was using all of the energy that it had fucking left in life. And it mustered up the fact. It mustered up the ability to think of some dumbass pickup line and deliver it to you. If that didn't say, marry me, on the spot, then that bitch is with the wrong dude right now. Like, she's with the wrong dude. Because that was a genuine pickup line. Like, she'll never have a better one than that. Dude on his literal deathbed saying that to you. Delivering a rather questionable esoteric pickup line. They don't come better than that. By the way, just want to point this out. That was round 1, I believe, right there. It was very, very close battle. But Dirty took that. He was actually probably FOHPK. A couple of FOHPKs right there. That was a very close matchup. Very close round. And he actually took that with a bone spear, which was an interesting choice. A very good choice in the moment. But he got there with a bone spear. Very ballsy choice. But definitely the right move. Rare sighting of Joby engaging. What are you talking about? Joby always engages. Yeah, I agree, Vank. I think it's overrated. I think it's over. Like, why? Honestly, if you ask me this, like, there's a part of me that's just like, I should marry someone. But there's also a part of me that's just like, why do I want anybody having any sort of entitlement to half my shit when I break up with them? Literally, I don't. Oh, big hits from Joby. And now Dirty is in trouble. Not quite FOHPK, but I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, nice wall bang from Dirty. This guy has fucking blown up in skill level, dude. Wall banging an absolute savage and getting away with it. Actually landing some hits. You notice him CT casting here to keep the distance. He ain't trying to eat those FOHs from Joby. He just took some severe punishment from Smite there. And now he's trying to keep his distance. Joby trying to close the distance and finish. But Dirty's got a long road ahead of him to try to catch up damage-wise. Oh, did you really waste it? Yeah, I ain't trying to do that, dude. I think that's probably what it was, Root. I think that's probably what it was. Puke and die makes much more sense now. Yeah, exactly. I wonder if that girl thought I actually died. Like, you know what I mean? Because I probably looked like death. Like, just imagine some guy who's smoked for the last, like, 10 years climbing up a trampoline after being forced to swim probably a quarter mile. I probably didn't look good. Oh, dude, that's awesome, man. I actually think that if you're gonna do it, that's a good way to do it. A lot of people think that there's some time limit of like, oh, you gotta wait 4 years, or oh, you gotta wait at least a year. I say, dude, if you're feeling it, just do it. Like, if you really feel it, you're gonna know. It doesn't matter. There's no time limit for love, boys. And there's also no shame in a bad pickup line if you're almost dead. Those ideologies are one and the same. Dude, so right now we have Dirty trying to come back into this right here. He's going to recast his battle orders by the looks, but he's dangerously low on life. And Joby is still doing okay, but Joby's being very patient. Joby's not trying to run into this Eleet style spirit train that Dirty's putting up here. But that's exactly what Dirty needs to do to come back into this fight. Joby might be in trouble based on the way that he's playing, though. I noticed that Joby is keeping his distance a little bit here. He could be trying to be opportunistic. Yeah, he was. He was in a lot of trouble there. He could have been trying to keep his distance because of, you know, just to be opportunistic. But usually when you see Joby keeping his distance like that, Joby's in trouble. So, dude, Dirty almost made a big comeback right there. So that probably would have been a lot different of a duel right there if Joby hadn't have had that insane start. But currently, I do believe it's 1-1. Fighters, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's 1-1. No shit, Abrasive. 15 years, no shit. Dude, and honestly, like, that's also fine in my opinion. Because after 15 years, literally not a single atom in that person's body is the same since you first met them. And if you can still tolerate them and put up with them, then hey, it's probably a good time to marry them, right? You've seen every version of them in the last 15 years. Hey, thanks, JR. I appreciate that, man. And cheers to that. That's a really nice thing to say. Yeah. Dude, if those were my last words, though, I would totally be okay with it. If that pickup line were, if that slew of words was my last, were my last words, I feel like at least it would bring some entertainment to the story. Like, because some chick would always have to tell her friends. She would probably go to counseling and shit. Because, like, some dude, she would have to tell counselors and her boyfriend. She would have to tell that story for the rest of her life. Some dude gave me the fucking up and down when he got on this trampoline. Said the stupidest pickup line. And then died. Like, she would have to, she would tell that story. And it would at least be memorable. No shit, dude. That's awesome. That's awesome. I met somebody when I was 15 too. We dated for 7 years. I thought I was gonna marry her, but honestly, I wouldn't have married me back then. So good on her for finding someone else. Is all I've got to say. That's when the best of them start, man. When you're 15, you're like high school sweethearts. Dude, that's a good one, man. Yeah, yeah, and then dying, yeah, regardless of whether that was a pickup line, it's just an epic way to go. Yeah. Yeah, really cool, though. Really cool, Abrasive. I don't think the problem for me is finding someone that I can tolerate for 15 plus years. It's the other way around. Like, finding someone who could tolerate me for 15 or 20 or life. That's really, like, something I wonder if it is actually possible. Joby with some nice chains there. I actually really like how he's setting this up. Getting his name locks, being very opportunistic, and dodging these spirit trains. Joby's very good at this, especially on a VT. He's getting some nice hits in there with FOH. Unfortunately, it's not enough damage to put Dirty into faster hit recovery animation, though, which is ideally what you're hoping for in these exchanges. A lot of times they're hitting the oak, too. Nice walk down there from Dirty. The skill level on this guy is insane. Nice chain from Joby, making it 2-1. Holy shit. This might be an upset. This might be the first upset of the night, boys, if Joby keeps this up. That was a sick chain, and he puddled him there right at the end, too. It's best of 7, essentially, or first of 5. Or best of 9, I guess, is what it makes it. Yeah. Oh, shit, dude. We get to see Toshank and Root, too? Damn, bros. Are you streaming on your channel, Toshank? Say, if so, I'll try to get this fired up. All right, Joby, I believe, is also streaming. Let's see if we can watch this from Joby's perspective. I might have to switch things up here a little bit. Let's check it out from Joby's perspective and see some of these nasty chain locks. You guys get to see one of the most insane VTs that I know personally. And what it looks like from his perspective, grabbing these chain locks. Yeah, take your time, Toshank. Sick, Max. Good night of duels, man. Sick. Hurry up, take your L, Toshank. I don't know, man. I actually don't know who to bet on in that duel. If I had to bet, like, if everything was on the line, I would probably bet on Toshank. But I don't feel good saying that. I don't feel good saying it because I feel like Root knows how to duel in that matchup.
Can't carry anymore.
And he very well could get there. You never know. Nice name grab there. Joby used the pet to stomp Dirty in that exchange. Tries to get it again. Doesn't get punished by those bone spirits up at close range. Very nice. Very, very opportunistic here. I'm actually really curious as to what Joby's Iron Golem was. Like, I can't unsee that in this duel. He definitely had Iron Golem in his first round. I've got to know. Oh, GG. Good on you, Underrated. That's awesome, man. Oh, nice hits from Joby. He does take a little bit of spear damage there. Just about half-lifes them. Gets some damage in on Dirty, but Dirty won the exchange. Joby trying the FOH stun stomp combo right there. Actually, nice sidestep there from Joby. Just gets out of the way of that spear. One of the things with Joby is when he does get you name locked, you had better be CTing away. Because he will almost certainly chain you. And it will be very painful. It will be... he's going to keep you chained. Nice fancy footwork there from Joby, but a very nice spear from Dirty. Nice up smite from Joby. Joby was expecting a stomp there, but we haven't really seen a lot of those from Dirty. Nice charge down from Joby. That's another thing that's a lot easier to do in D2R than it ever was in LOD right there. Switching from smite to charge and vice versa used to cause charge locks in LOD, where you would have to weapon swap to break them. But in D2R, it's a lot smoother. And that's one of the good changes in PvP for the Paladin, is that you can more easily swap between charge and smite. And Joby showing it off right there, getting in some nice charges after attempting to smite his opponent. He might be on the FOH plan here. We're getting a little bit of pixelation. I'm gonna switch over to Dirty's perspective here. I don't think he's quite FOH PK just yet, but Dirty is definitely in trouble. Yeah, he knows to stay away. He's very good at it too. You know, CT casting away with very good timing and just he's very precise with it. His CT skills are insane. And look at that, even choosing to aggress Joby right there in a moment where he thought he was committing a little too much to FOH. That's actually very smart because it makes Joby reconsider using the best thing in this moment, which is FOH. It makes him think that there may be opportunities where his opponent's going to stomp him or get obnoxiously close. I actually really like that strategy from Dirty. It keeps Joby honest, if you will. It says that he's not afraid to get up close and personal. So you better not... See, and look at that. And because of that, Joby was up smiting there. And Dirty didn't have to worry about taking an FOH. It's all part of his playstyle. Very nice, but a bad stomp there. Unfortunately, the time he stomps... If you're gonna do that strategy, and you're gonna take that playstyle if you're Dirty, I feel like you can't ever stomp Joby. You can't ever stomp Joby in the first place. He's always ready. Yeah, it looks like that's what he tried to do, Toshank, but apparently Joby was not one spear. And now I believe it's 3-1 in favor of Joby, the Season 1 champ. Yeah, this is sick, man. It's actually really cool to see Joby, someone who's so good on a VT, actually take the top-tier dueler right now, like the top-tier class, and actually have a decent showing so far in this duel.
Good day.
Like, this is really good. This is really cool. And it's not like he's going up against a chump. He's going up against the #1 ranked DFC fighter, dude. This is a serious necro, and we're seeing it right here. Yeah, Marvel probably really good. We haven't seen Marvel in the DFC, though. So, unfortunately, it's unquantifiable skill. 10x better VTs? I don't know about that. I would put Joby at least in top 3 or 4. I would put Joby in top 3 or 4 for sure. And you can't base that off from, like, VT versus VT bullshit. It's got to be, like, achievements with a VT, right? Like, how good are you at going up against a Necro or a Hammerden? Like, you can't just be like, I'm the best VT because I can beat all the other VTs in VT versus VT. Like, how good are you in general is the real question. And I feel like when you take that into consideration, Joby is phenomenally good. VT versus all. All right, so in my opinion, you've got Joby and Marvel are the two names that come to mind. Who else is even on that level? You and Paper too. Paper is pretty good. Ryan, Austin, I don't agree. Darren, don't agree. I'm not saying they're not good. I just don't think they're on that level. If it's the Austin that I'm thinking of that was actually named Austin in LOD, is that who you're talking about? The person that was named Austin in LOD? Completely disagree. 100% disagree. Not even close to fucking Joby's level or Marvel's. Not even on the same planet. Not even close. If that's who you're talking about, the Austin in LOD, is it the same guy? Not even close. Easy no on that. Joby in a lot of trouble here. And it looks like Dirty trying to make this a 3-2 here, taking a very safe approach. I actually like this, but still not afraid to spear, man. You gotta love fucking Dirty, man. Look at this guy. He's like not afraid to get up close and personal. Marvel and Austin are best VTs on 8? No way. Absolutely no way. I need more evidence than this. Vamp's opinion is good. But put it this way. Joby is the only VT that can beat my Murdered-In. Marvel can also beat my Murdered-In sometimes. And that's the ultimate test for me. If Austin can beat my Murdered-In in an FT5, I will put him on that level. But if he can't figure it out, trash tier. Trash tier. That's the ultimate test. By the way, dude, it's fucking 4-2 right now, I believe. 4-2 for Joby. Boys, this might be an upset. That's the thing with the bow. That's right, don't shit talk it. Especially with a VT, don't shit talk it. Because if you don't know the right combination, and you ain't good on that VT, that Murdered-In will make an embarrassment out of your VT. It's 4-1. Okay, thanks, Joby. Tell Austin I challenge him to an FT5. His VT versus my Murdered-In. I'm confident I will win. I'm very confident. Very confident I could take him on the Murdered-In. And that's the ultimate test, boys. If your VT can't beat Cooley's Murdered-In, it doesn't belong in conversations for top 10 even. It is the ultimate test. Get him in here. We'll do it live on stream. We'll do a bonus fight. I've had a lot of whiskey. And I'm still confident. Still will do it. Let's go. Let's go. Dude, if we got a lot of duels on the roster, but if we got time, if these duels end early, I'll make quick work of Toshank on his VT and show you guys how it would go versus Austin. All right? No, I'm not saying Austin ain't a good VT. I'm just saying I don't think he belongs in the same category as Marvel and Joby. Just my opinion. And if he can't beat the Murdered-In, it's almost a fact at that point. It's almost a fact. But if he does beat the Murdered-In, I will have to change my mind. Yeah, I would say too. Like, I think Fino, like, now granted, Fino plays mainly Hammered-In. But I would think if Fino decided to play a VT one day, he'd be better than Austin. Like, if he's the Austin I remember from LOD, I think if Fino decided to play a VT, he would be better. Like honestly. And I'm talking about VT versus all. Dude. Dirty is in a lot of trouble and in danger of getting 5-1'd here. Definitely FOH PK, but can he come back? Can he come back? Joby staying just on the outside, dodging these spirit trains. Oh, and there it is! Joby takes it, 5-1. Oh my God. That was the upset of the night, boys. Joby taking out the #1 contender in the DFC. Holy shit. My honest opinion on it. If Austin was any kind of a man, he'd be in the DFC, all right? If any of these VTs were the best VT versus alls, they'd be in the DFC. Hands down. Where are they at? Are they scared? Are they scared of Max's Blade Fury Sin? Are they scared of Farmer's Druid? Where are they? Dude, did we miss the walk? I totally missed the walk, didn't I? That was like a half hour ago. Fucking A. I've had so much whiskey. All right, let's check out Toshank's stream. Let's check this out, boys. Let's see what's up. Let's get better situated here. All right, so Toshank is streaming. Twitch/Toshank. All right, let's check it out. Or is he streaming in the Discord? Oh, he might be streaming in the Discord. Oh shit. All right, I don't see Toshank up and live, and I don't see anybody streaming. But anybody that wants to stream, feel free to fire it up, and we'll dial in next. Oh no, Toshank is live now. Okay, good stuff. Toshank is live. All right, he's good. He's good. We in this. All right, let me switch up to a better perspective here. All right, there we go. That's a little better. GG. He's usually jamming music that gets me copyright struck when I re-upload this to YouTube, so we might not be able to listen to the sound, but let's see. Yeah, he's definitely listening to music that will get me copyright struck on YouTube when we re-upload this. We don't need that kind of shit. What? Amaranth in the top 5 follows? What? Is that... What are we talking about? Dude, she's a savage, man. She's a savage. People don't give her enough credit. Amaranth? Way smarter than people give her credit for. Yeah. She's like an investor and shit, too. She knows what she's doing. Oh, dude, Ordens have always been allowed in the DFC. They've always been there. It's just nobody's utilized them. But now, ever since I put out that Orden video, I'm kind of worried now that more people will. Because it's actually a pretty savage build. Especially if you can find yourself a nice Caduceus that has like FOH conviction on it. Or FOH even. All you need is FOH. And suddenly you can threaten with 3 different attacks. We saw somebody do this once in the DFC. In DFC Season 3, we saw somebody do this. We even saw some of it in D2R. It's popped up every once in a while, but I think it's actually a good build. Like if you take take the PvP version that I posted in that video and go with it, and I actually think you'll do really well in the DFC. Like you still won't beat Necros. You're not going to beat Necros. You might have trouble versus Druids, which are the top 2 classes. But I think everything else you have a reasonable shot at. Like, you're not going to beat a Windy Druid. Like, I've gone up against Oridans in pub games that try to troll. Cyclone armor is greater than Aura's. You just keep recasting it. NATO, recast. NATO, recast. NATO, recast. You can have like 45 fire res. NATO, recast. NATO, recast. They can't win. They can charge you down. But if you're savvy and you know that that's what they're trying to do, you'll never let them close enough. Right. Do they have a counter setup or not? But even if they do, the PvP version that I posted today, you have a backup plan too. And theoretically, you could use Grief too. That was also an option that I thought about adding. I probably should switch it out and add the Grief version because technically it's better. But like, you could technically use a smiter setup. You could, instead of going charge, you could actually go smite and use both charge and smite. And then suddenly they can't get close and they can't stay far away. They need or they can't stay mid-range. They need a long range plan or they're fucked. Novasorks, I don't think Novasorks are playable, or they're playable, but they're not competitive, I don't think, in PvP. And 200 FCR in PvP, I think, is a little overrated. Like, you know, it sounds and looks really cool to have a 200 FCR sorceress. It's just complete overkill in PvP. You just don't need it. Like, the sorceress's cast frames are so much faster than most other classes that if you spend too much time thinking about, or too much resources thinking about how to get to 200 FCR, you're probably giving up options that increase your survivability, which is far more important with any sorceress build. Because you're basically just going to be a one-hit bitch, like, if you don't plan properly. So 200 FCR in PvP for a sorceress, I think, is so overrated. Yeah, they may carry less stack gear, but you're going to die to paladins that just slap on a grief. You'll die to a Hammerden that slaps on a grief if you just use Infinity. You'll die to barbarians. You'll die to Boazons. So immediately the three lowest ranked, I shouldn't say lowest ranked because Barb is up there, but like three of the lower ranked classes you immediately die to. And Sorceress being a bit lower ranked herself isn't a good look. Yeah, so like you can't go, Infinity sounds great because of the damage, but the fact that you just insta-lose to so many builds by rocking a two-handed weapon in PvP, you just shouldn't do it. Infinity should be used as a surprise more than anything. Like, we've seen the most success when someone's using an Infinity in PvP, when they have it on their swap and they surprise somebody with it. Like, we saw Trapper do that once. Was that Max that actually did that? I want to say it was Max that, like, surprised somebody. Maybe in D2R. I think it might have been in D2R, early days of the DFC Unlimited. Had, like, 5 traps set up and then just swapped to Infinity and fucking wrecked his opponent's resistances. Boom. Yeah, you did it in LOD. Okay, I almost said LOD. Yeah. Like, surprise kill with Infinity. It was one of the coolest things ever. But then the jig is up when people realize that you can do it. So, like, even then, Infinity is a little, it's not necessarily as good as people think it is. Oh shit, yeah. Dude, the Plague LR Trapper is gonna be so good. I cannot wait to see more Plague in these DFC events. A lot of people, like, this is just the typical thing in PvP community, I feel. Whenever something new hits the field, like in D2R, it's just like immediately hate it and go from there. But like, that's what people did. That's what people said about Plague. Oh, it's just so OP. Me, I'm just like, hey, Sins are now A tier, man. They're no longer S tier. Go nuts. Let's see how it does. If Sins start dominating again and Sins are just unbeatable, maybe we'll talk about if the LR proc from Plague is OP. But you're talking about PvP right now being dominated by a Necro and a Druid. Both of those have hard counters to your traps. One of them counters with long-range Bone Spirits. The other one counters with Cyclone Armor. Both of them are still good against lower res. Go nuts. Let's see how it goes. I love the fact that you'll also have Infinity, though, because that's another surprise thing that, like, again, I think it's just the way it's a decent surprise for sure. Toe shank on the found. All right. By the way, I've been running my trap. What's the score, dude? What's the score in Root versus Shank? Do we know L score? That's Spanish for do we know the score? Oh, they haven't started yet? I'm allowing Mr. Dingus to do what he wants. Necro and Trap. Oh, bring what he wants? Oh, okay. Against your Wind Druid? Alright, sweet. Anything he wants? Jesus. What if he brings a Fireball Sorceress? I think he has the capability to do so. I think that was the first build we saw him on. Well, yeah, people can stack, but there's rules against absorb in PvP. So, like, you can't have too much absorb. But the thing that sucks and that has been a thorn in the side of all PvP rule sets since the days of LOD is Cold Mastery. Like, why the fuck can't that work like every other mastery? So that we don't have to make specific rule sets and have people bitching all the time about Cold Stack. It's literally the biggest pain in the ass. And you can't even make a fair rule set around that Cold Stack. Because if you make one that's too liberal, people will have these hybrid builds with Cold Sorceresses that just use Orb and Blizz and just, you can't get close, you can't touch them. They'll have ES and Blizz and suddenly they can't die and you're just taking ridiculous damage over time that you can't stack resistances against. But then, when you have them at the current set of what they are in the DFC, it forces a Cold Sorceress to go full damage to really get those, like, 2 or 3 hit KOs. Like, why can't it just work like every other mastery? So that we don't have to pull this stupid shit every rule set. You literally change how a Sorceress looks in PvP just based on your amount of Cold Stack that you allow in a rule set. Yeah, I think so too, Doom. I think this is the fairest rule set we've ever had with Cold Stack. And still it kind of forces Sorks like yours to be like the full Vita, full damage setups. Because you can still fucking one-hit KO people. And, you know, it's very fair, I think. Thanks to your help and a lot of theory crafting and, you know, and a lot of debates around Cold Stack rules. I think they're finally in a good spot. But it shouldn't have to be that complicated. And if you go to a pub game, Cold Sorks are one of the most hated characters in a pub game because people have to switch their entire builds for this one dude that's in the Bloodmoor just dropping blizzes. Yeah. And then when they do decide to be a dickhead to the Cold Sorceress still can't do anything. Like when they decide to overstack and absorb, the Cold Sork can't do shit. Yeah, no doubt. And I think that's the best way to do. I think it's honestly the best rule set we've had for with regard to a Cold Stack in a very long time. It practically does encourage a Cold Sorceress to go full damage, but good. The alternative is you have sorceresses that have like 80% or 85% ES, and it's just not even a fun duel to watch at that point. They're just CT dropping blizzards and like even if they get hit, the duel isn't even close to being over. Like they, you know what I mean? Like it's just miserable. You just feel miserable watching that. So yeah, sure, it definitely rewards the people that really want to commit to cold damage, but great. Let's turn this into a one shot, you know, a one shot who's gonna hit versus a snooze fest of like when if ever will the cold sork die. Oh, ES is allowed. It's just like you're significantly nerfing your build and your damage because of the cold stack if you choose that. And warmth is like, I mean, the way that I actually like the current ES rule sets for the DFC too. It's very intricate and fine detailed, but like I like where they're at. If you're 80% or less, you can use mana pots. If you're above 80% up to 85, you cannot. You can't be over 85. Love it. I'm not sure if you've ever seen a 95% ES Fire Sorceress duel before. I'm going to say it. They're practically unbeatable. It's not an immortal sorceress by any means, but for all intents and purposes in the right hands in PvP, they're unbeatable. And that was with a very fair setup. That was Terrace who showed us that in one of the Joby Sucks World Tour events that we did way back in the day. Yeah, yeah, very good strategy, honestly, Doom. Doom drops the smartest blizzards you've ever seen in your life. Most cold sorceresses just spam it. They CT cast it and spam it. If you ever duel against Doom, the blizzard is always in the spot where you don't want it to be. Like it's always in the best possible spot. Like, oh, you're trying to charge up on him, and there was a CT casted blizz that went invisible on you. This is the shit you got to deal with. That was the exact situation you were hoping it didn't exist. It does. Yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of different ways to cap it. But I almost certainly think it has to be capped. You can't allow like 95% ES in a dueling rule set. I mean, you can, but like you better be prepared for that when you do, the duels are going to last forever. Like it will be a 2-hour duel in the hands of the right dueler. It just will be. Oh, did you guys already do your duel, Doom? Did you guys already do yours? Son of a bitch, did I miss that? Please, Jess, don't lose. Oh my god, dude. I told you. My money's on Root, but my money's on Toshank, but I think Root can do it. Oh yeah, Root is very, very low too. He's Mind Blast PK. Well, he's potentially Mind Blast PK. We don't know if Root is using an IDR helm. He very well could be. And an IDR helm just means that he has a helm on that has damage reduction on it, and he's put soul runes in it, meaning that he will take no damage from Mind Blast. And if Jess is on straight Trapper setup here, that's going to be very, very hard for him to finish. He needs to hit with a very highly rolled trap. Highly rolled damage on a trap. Root is very low, but it's still an uphill battle. But he's doing a good job of leading with CT casting traps. Doing a phenomenal job, actually. Very nice setup there. I'm surprised he didn't just win on the spot right there. Yeah, so Root is obviously using an IDR helm because he has next to no life, and this Mind Blast is not killing him. So he almost certainly has an IDR helm on. So Toshank has an uphill battle here to deal this last bit of damage. He's going to have to outthink Root and get him into a position where he accidentally teleports into 5 traps. He's gonna have to outthink him here. Oh yeah, no doubt, no doubt. I think the arena size is fine, especially with CT casting traps on a Sin. Like you kind of need the space. Oh my god, big hit from Root, and there it is. Jess gets there by the skin of his teeth. He had a ton of traps set up there. Root went in for a very nice stomp, actually landed some damage, but got caught in those traps and puddled. Very nice placement there from Jess. Yeah, it's very rare to see that though, even at the top level though, Doom. CT casting, CT chain comboing. That's like next level shit. You rarely see that. I feel like even the best duelers happen upon such a move in PvP. With the perfect angles, the perfect setup. Yeah, no doubt. The only time I even consider shrinking the arena is when there's a necro involved. Like, that's the only time we really ever consider shrinking the arena in PvP. Mainly because Necros are overpowered. Like, they're too powerful in PvP. They made a stupid change in patch 2.4 that buffed the Necros' damage, didn't create any new PVM builds, completely fucking still sucks in PVM, and absolutely tilted PvP on its head. I said it would. But Blizzard just thinks. Blizzard just thinks that. I swear, dude, it's so obvious. If you watch the changes that they've made from some of the videos that I put out there, it's so obvious what Blizzard thinks of me and my opinions that I just shouldn't even say them. In fact, I've learned to be sarcastic with my opinions, but believably sarcastic, so that they do the exact fucking opposite of what I say. Because that's always what they do. We were talking about this with the fucking damage buff from Bone Spirit. I'm like, oh, don't do this. This is gonna tip PvP on its head, and it's literally gonna fuck PvP up from the top down. Here we are. We have 3 classes you can run in PvP right now: Sin, Druid, Necro, Barb sometimes. Completely fucked PvP, and it's largely due to Bone Spirit damage. Some of these guys actually farm this specific map. A lot of the top tier duelers will actually farm for this specific map. So they'll create a game. If it's not the right map, they'll remake the game. Nice stomps from Root. Yeah, absolutely, Dio. If you do, we'll probably pop in too, because this will tend to be probably a longer duel, I would imagine. So I'm up for watching multiple duels at once. If anybody else streams, we'll probably pop into it. And just kind of and check in on this. Oh, and Root is streaming from his perspective too. Oh shit. We could pop into this real quick. The screen might go blank for a second, but we got this. This is Root's perspective, boys. Yeah, this is actually good that he's streaming from his perspective, because you can see how much, like, you can see, obviously he's wearing the IDR helm, but you can see that when he gets stunned by that Mind Blast that it does absolutely nothing. I think so too, Jules. If they would have just said, like, it does more damage to, like, or even, how about this? Like, I know this might seem awkward with how a Necro is set up, but just have the real answer to it, in my opinion, is have it do like 100% more holy damage. It seems awkward because a Necro isn't holy, like, you know, but it's a different type of damage in the game, and it would completely solve the problem, and it wouldn't limit the Bone Spirits to being only good against demons and undead. Just have it do holy damage. I know it sounds stupid, but like, have it do 100% holy damage on top of what it already does. It wouldn't do anything in PvP and would completely fuck monsters and animals. Oh, no doubt. I'm happy that you are, honestly, Doom. I think you're the example. Like, you've so often been the trend setter for cold sorks, but also the reason behind a lot of rulings. And whenever you can do that, you know you're doing something right. But I mean, as it stands right now, it's hard to nerf anything about a sorceress, like, or nerf much about a sorceress when they're not necessarily the top class. Yeah, I would agree, Doom. At least. Right? Yeah, and it's so rare to see that though, Joel. Because like it's so rare to see that, Jules, because you almost can't pick those classes if you expect to compete at the top tier, right? Like I don't think I'm better than most of the duelers in the top 10 of the DFC. But I know that the only way that I have a shot against any of them to ever get better is to run a class like a Necro or a Druid. Or maybe a Sin. And Sins are very complicated. Bam! Toshank gets there for that round, making it 1-1. Wow, what a close duel. All right, so we got Dio streaming. I'm actually going to pop over to his duel here and check this out. This is actually a pretty high-profile fight right here. This is if you lose the stream here, that's my fault. If it's all grayed out here, let me try to fix this so that I can see what's going on. All right, here we go. Yeah, so this is going to be Dio versus Dingus. Now, Dingus is moving up the ranks, actually just past Dio in the rankings. Dingus is number 6, and Dio is number 7. Now, some would say Dingus has not been challenged on Dio's level yet. Let me try to pop over to this and show you guys the actual rankings here real quick. Yeah, so this is currently what it looks like. So we have Dingus versus D-Pro. Now, this win's going to be big. If Dingus actually takes this, he's probably going to move up into the top 5, maybe. He's definitely in top 5 after this, if he wins. But Dio is almost certainly in the top 5 as well. So this is a battle basically for the top 5. And Dingus is insane. This guy has made a complete 180. Going from like a couple of losses in the DFC to start up with to like completely turning the corner and just wiping the floor with people. But like I said, in recent history, I don't think he's seen a challenge like Dio. This was originally supposed to be Druid v Druid, and in which case I would give a significant advantage to Dio. I'm not 100% sure on what his opponent's chosen for this matchup, but if whatever match that they do here, if Dingus can beat Dio, that's a big statement.
I can't carry anymore. I can't carry anymore.
Telly-rabies? Oh, I think so too. I think that would be cool, man. Do you remember Ruff from back in LOD? That guy was sick, man. He had a rabies druid, and he was very good at tellying when he needed to, and additionally just like running people down. The guy was so good on a rabies druid. But like the problem with the rabies druid is you have to be that good to sometimes get kills. Rabies druid is just insane trash right now. There's so many steps involved with a rabies druid. Like you have to, if you want to teleport, you have to morph forms to a human, teleport, morph again, and then maybe hit your target with rabies. What's the rule for weapon block? So if he's on a Sin, so the rule for weapon block is mainly only versus elemental characters, so they can't have more than 75 max res with dual claw. But that's basically it. There's no cap on it. Yeah, you can't have more than 75. So they couldn't use dual claw in like T-Gods. Even though it wouldn't necessarily matter here, they couldn't technically do it. Why? What's he got? What's the issue?
I can't carry anymore.
Yeah, one piece of Sorb is okay. So they could use a Raven, but they can't have like max. They can't have over 75 max res. Yep, they could have dwarf, yep. Yeah, so he could have a dwarf here, but he can't have more than 75 max res. Dude, some really good terror zones have gone up in this time of DFC. I hope you guys are, if you're just passively watching the stream, I hope you're terror zoning, dude. Because there was like, there was tombs that went up, chaos, now it's throne room and Worldstone Keep. Jesus Christ, dude, good areas. Oh, no shit, Trekkin, that's sick. Yeah, so basically in this matchup, I think Dio asked that because he's wondering about dual claw sins. He can definitely have a he can have a dwarf star on, but he can't have more than 75 max res. Yeah, that terror zone just went up. Worldstone Chamber or Worldstone Keep. Oh yeah, Bloodmore too. I actually like the Bloodmore. I'm really gonna love it when I get my Oridon together and finally make a push for level 99 on a Paladin. I'm gonna love Bloodmore. Just step outside, kill everything. Next game. 72 Diablos in 5 seconds. Next. Gonna love it. That's sick, dude. Rental, I've been finding some very high eye level small charms. Still waiting on a 451 or like one of those nasty elemental charms. But like, I've been finding some pretty sweet prefixes on small charms. I've been pretty happy about that. Haven't found a 45 lifer yet, but I found a max AR lifer yesterday or the other day. Wednesday, I think, is when I streamed. Found it on stream too. It was 9 max, 60 something AR, 39 life. Grand charm. 40 lifer a few days ago. Damn. Eleet 40 lifer. Shit. Good find. Interesting matchup here. So, Dingus has chosen to go with a Sin, which this is actually a, I think, a favorable matchup for a Trapper. Dio is going to be forced to keep this mid-range, close to mid-range. He's going to be incentivized to do that. And Dingus is going to be incentivized to keep this long range and start CT casting his traps. Dio's Cyclone armor isn't what it is on a typical Eleet Druid with like Tornado. It's not going to absorb a lot of the lightning damage. So if he gets caught in these 5 traps, it could be very bad for him. Sick, dude. Nice find. Yeah, I haven't found anything close to that in the Terror Zones. Level 9 duels, I'm sure they're still a thing, but as they were in LOD, there's probably just a very niche community for it. I haven't seen many level 9 duels besides, like, Iron Man's. Yeah, I don't know if I would, like, if I was Dio here, I probably would have gone Wind Druid. He's so good and comfortable on a Wind Druid, but he's also getting very comfortable on a Fire Druid. But it's just, the problem with the Fire Druids is, like, you can't stomp. There's no real incentive to stomping your opponent and, like, being hyper aggressive. Because Armageddon doesn't always hit. I guess you do have Fissure, you know, Dio just showing off the Fissure there. But even Fissure is a little slow and doesn't always hit when you cast it on top of your opponent. I don't believe, anyway. So, like, yeah, Cooley Forever, level 9 champion, exactly. Haven't really been challenged for it yet. And I stole that title back in the day where sins were broken, and we didn't even know it yet. I'm holding on to that title forever. I still have that level 9, too. It's so crazy finding a Tyrael's Might in the tower. God, that feels surreal. That's a good find, dude. Some people go their whole lives without finding that armor, man. Sick. Sick. Yeah, well, we're probably at the point where we will bounce back and forth between various different duels. So if you guys are streaming, we'll probably just bounce back and forth between rounds and check these out. I actually appreciate that, especially at the end of the stream, because I like to see some of these matches, and then sometimes you'll see like insane high-profile matches that you can dial into. But it's good to see how everybody's doing. Dio right now struggling to get on the inside and to figure out how to consistently deal damage. And wow, Dingus saying "fack." I wonder if something's going on. He probably got hit. He probably got hit and was surprised by how much damage he took. Yeah, that's nuts. This is interesting, though. Dio has a storm shield on, though. I would assume he probably assumed that that his opponent might be a whirl girl. So I wonder if his setup will actually change in the second round. Noticing now that Dingus is practically just trapping with no interest in whirling. He is getting in with Fisher damage, though. Yeah, and like it or not, fire druids are a thing. Yeah, we will after this. And Dio repping back, dude. Let's check it out. I'm actually going to pop into Root versus Toshank and see how this is going. I think that's a good suggestion. I think right now, as it stands with the Dio versus Dingus duel, basically what's going on there is Dingus is having trouble actually landing shots on Dio, and Dio is just slowly picking away. Getting in opportunistically. And, you know, just doing that chip damage. Which, especially whereas his opponent is using Dwarf Star, probably. Like, that could be a very long duel. So we're looking at this from Root's perspective. Yeah, and a Sin can't aggro it either, right? Spray and pray. Yeah, exactly. I mean, welcome to the Fire Druid. A Fire Druid, the big thing about a Fire Druid is that would really push it over the top in PvP is it needs some sort of stomp or name lock skill that like actually pays off immediately when you cast it. Like Fisher should, but it just doesn't. Root doing a great job here. Both players actually at a very low life total. What the fuck are we listening to? Hold on, we need some duel music, boys. We need some duel music. Oh, I don't know who set up that playlist, but what the fuck? By the way, Toshank takes that round right there. I know it's at least 2-1. It might actually be more than that, but I believe that's all we've observed so far. I know we saw Root get a win, we saw Toshank get a win, and Toshank took that round. It's kind of cool being able to swap back and forth between the two. Feels good. Root versus Toshank. Even though this is, you know, happening at the, you know, just outside of the top 10, I guess you could call that. Root is in the top 10. But this is a big match, dude. I feel like so much leverage is put on like the top 10 matches when it really shouldn't be, because anybody that's like a ranked fighter in the DFC is probably good. Like, is probably better than most. Probably better than your average pub dueler, that's for sure. And some of them are very, very interesting. Very, very interesting matchups. This one in particular. Bear stomping, yeah. So does the assassin try to kill you with lightning damage from traps by mind blasting you near multiple lightning sentries? Yeah, basically, they try to make it so that you teleport into 5 traps. Like they need a 5 trap for you to teleport into. Very nice walk down there from Jess. Jess is trying to engage Root in a in basically this like mind fuckery where he actually tries to engage him walking down. It's a very good opportunity for Root because while the assassin is walking or running, they can't claw block. So it's actually a very good opportunity and encourages Root to try to get in and throw a NATO. However, it also provides Jess the opportunity to have 5 traps set up and potentially punish Root for doing so. Very interesting exchange that these fighters are trying to get into. And it's usually only an exchange that you will see when both of these fighters have a healthy life total. No, we're just kind of bouncing back and forth between the two, iSmurf. Both of these are going to be extremely long duels. So we're just kind of like bouncing back and forth between the two. I actually like that. Yeah. Yeah, both are looking for the other to slip up. That's exactly what it is. Nice name grab there from Root. And Toshank walks down to avoid the NATO damage there. Very smart. Sometimes Sins will sit there and actually just try to tank the NATO and hope that Claw Block goes off. But not Jess, man. He actually tries to set himself up in a good position to encourage Root to keep engaging inside of those 5 traps, which I really like that. It's one of those next level styles of play right there that Jess has. Little bit of a risk doing so. Whenever you start walking or running with a Sin, especially a dual claw Sin, it's a little bit of a risk that you're taking. Because suddenly you can't claw block. But very nicely done. Jess is setting this up very well. Jess, aka Toshank. Damn, just got results from LMAO AFK versus Pauly. LMAO AFK takes it 5-0. Wow. That is insane. Very good win for LMAO AFK. Now, if you remember, that was the Necro versus Fire Druid. Polytheist is always on that Fire Druid, man. Absolute savage with it. Very tough matchup versus the Necro, though, because they have the advantage with range. 230 says him and Dazer will be dueling Sunday. Just getting these notifications, man. Sweet. Let me know when you guys do. I'd love to try to pop in if I can. Now, this is what is called an FPK duel. Both of these guys right here, Jess committing to the Pure Trapper, and Root obviously on the Wind Druid. FPK referring to 4 specific classes. And typically considered the most fun classes, although I heard that in recent history for D2R, a Paladin was added to FPK. Was added to what was considered in FPK. I say if we're going to duel that, if we're going to do that, we take the Necro out. That's no longer fun. We got to take the Bone Necro out. It's just no longer, like, do people consider that fun to play against? GG on Jess. Telling his opponent to bow there, giving him the space to do so. What a good guy. What a good guy. We'll pop back over to Root's perspective here. Root in a little bit of trouble. We saw Jess a little less than half-life there. Actually about half-life. Root struggling to get on the inside. Nice stomp, though. That could have paid off. And it looks like it did. It looks like he actually landed a NATO there versus Jess. Jess's life total a little bit lower now. Very nice hit. That's what Root does, man. He's very good at getting those name locks and just stomping you with blatant disregard. And I'm telling you, that was the one time Jess didn't walk down in that exchange. You know, and still ate a NATO. Yeah. But that's why it's, you know, that's why it's a risk. Some people just try to stand and trade with their sins in that situation, which if you stand there for too long will definitely not work out for you. But in that sense, Jess tried to roll the dice a little bit there. It didn't quite pay off for him. But Root is extremely low. On any other druid, he'd probably be Mind Blast PK. But we know that he is using an IDR helmet. It looks like Jess takes that round at least. Okay, so what they said right there was good duels. I saw that Toshank said good duels. Is that over? Is that over? Is it done? Wow. No shit. So it was 5-0 Toshank? Holy shit, dude. I thought it was 5-1, but 5-0. 5-0 it is. Dude, nice job, man. G fucking J. That's a big win. That's a big win. And up until last week, Root was undefeated, absolutely making a joke out of a lot of duelers in the DFC. So that was insane, man. Good win. Very good win. All right, let's see if we can pop into Abrasive Party going at it here. Oh, also, we still got Dio and Dingus going. I'm going to pop into Abrasive Party and just see what he's doing, see if these guys are dueling. Looks like they're at the moor. Just about dueling. All right, let's see if we can pop into, while these guys get set up in the moor, we'll go Dingus versus Dio. Pop into Dingus's stream and see what it looks like from his assassin standpoint. It's very pixelated. Very pixelated. In which case, let's try to swap over to Dio. Looks a little bit better. So this duel's still going on, and Dio is, like, still full friggin' health. Like, that's got to be demoralizing. Because at this point, if you're Dingus, you want to keep this at a very long distance, and you want to be able to deal significant damage at a distance. And I'm not sure if this round has just started or if it's the same round, but holy shit, it's hard to do that versus Dio. I'm making my own sin, Max. This is my welfare friends. I bought a 220/58 life sin Ami for 1,500 form gold. What? No, you didn't. You literally stole that from the person. That poor fucking person just got stolen from. And GG, Dio takes that round. And I think, honestly, unless Dingus can figure out a way to get to really utilize that range that he has on Dio, that's how these duels are going to go. Was that the first round? Was that still the first round? Where are we at with this duel? Second round, okay. So is it 2-0 Dio? 2-0, yep. No shit. Dio off to a good start, man. Like I said, I think that's how basically all these duels are going to go in this matchup right here, unless Dingus can figure out how to close the distance. Or not close the distance, but really keep the distance and actually deal significant damage. All right, while this round starts up, something tells me it's going to be quite long. Let's tune in to Abrasive Party. Now, Abrasive Party is going up against Underrated, man. This is a big duel too. Abrasive Party currently ranked number 15. Underrated is completely underrated and not even ranked. You know, he's looking to get on the leaderboards here today with this win. And Abrasive Party looking to put a stop to that hype train right away. Now, Abrasive Party is one hell of a test. You know, if you're trying to get on the leaderboards, this guy, not somebody you really want to run into. He's absolutely savage. We've seen this guy on a Sin and predominantly on a Zon. He typically mains a Zon. And this guy's insane. But these guys are doing a Sin v Sin, it looks like. A very good test. A very good test here today. And both these guys are Whirl Girls. This is very interesting because typically in a Sin v Sin matchup, you actually don't see a lot of whirling. Typically, from what I understand, if you have two Whirl Girls that are going up against each other,
I can't carry anymore.
they don't typically whirl. Vamp versus Maty was a very, very good match to watch, honestly, Gino. It was very good. Vamp took it. It was 5-2. The 2 wins that Maty got were pretty impressive. Very tough matchup, though, in Necro versus Barb. Definitely an uphill battle for the Barb, but Maty got there in a couple of rounds and played very well. Just kind of slipped up a little bit in a couple of rounds. Just looked like he wasn't on his game. And that's all right. We'll upload this to the secret playlist on YouTube after this as well. For the people that visit the channel and check that out. There's a secret playlist for all of these DFC streams. Yeah, you definitely can't put T-Gods on with dual claw. You can't have T-Gods. What the fuck's going on here? We gotta pop in. Someone put a stop to this. Can't be having T-Gods with dual claw. That's some shit. Which one was it? Was it abrasive? Who put it on? The Sin we're watching right now? I wasn't even paying attention. Oh, okay. Uh-oh, hold up. Didn't read the rules. Breaking a rule. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, okay. Good catch, Joby. Alright, so what we'll do for that one is just award a round win to his opponent. I feel like we gotta do that. It's only fair, just for the round. Yeah, Trap House gets a W just for that round. Yep, so technically it would be 2-0 for Trap House.
The order welcomes.
Technically 2-0 for Trap House. Or we could just, I mean, we could just redo, but the duel was so deep into it at that point, and there was no, like, both players had done significant damage, and there was just no undoing it. And you learn something when you go up against players. Like, you know, every round you learn something.
I can't carry anymore.
So yeah, no worries, dude. It happens. It happens. Can't use T-Gods on dual claw. No worries. It happens. Underrated gets that round. 2-0. Yeah, just loses the round. All right. So now Abrasive Party is going to try to make a big comeback here in this Sin v Sin matchup. He's going to need to turn up the heat. Now, how I would suggest he does it is he needs to actually keep the distance and trap far more than he whirls. Like, he wants to get in the habit of CT casting traps here, and try not to whirl so much. Yeah, whirling defensively like that is a great idea. When you think your opponent is about to stomp you and make a big mistake, that's when you want to whirl, and you typically want to whirl down. Or in some downward direction, I should say. But trapping in Whirl Girl versus Whirl Girl is probably the way to go. All because, yeah, you want to dodge their traps and make them pay for having that 75 resist, make their claw block go off. And just, it's pretty easy to stay out of the way of that whirl. And if you have 5 traps up and your assassin opponent decides to start whirling you, they're gonna lose that battle. They're gonna lose that. He very well might. He very well might still lose. But the strategy that he's using now is a lot better than the one that they had before. Before, it looked like they were trying to whirl each other, which is not necessarily the thing to do in Whirl Girl versus Whirl Girl. And that's how it's been since LOD, dude. Oh, man. Big hit there. Big hit there from Underrated. I think it was a big mistake on behalf of Abrasive Party to whirl from that far out. There's no sense in walking here. I also noticed that Abrasive Party is walking. I don't believe that actually increases your block with Claw Block. If you're moving at all, you can't block. So you might as well run. Nice trap placement there from Trap House, aka Underrated. Yeah, I suppose that's true. I suppose that's true. But you still have to kind of be opportunistic about it. Like, if your opponent constantly has 5 traps up around them, you probably still don't want to do it. Nice traps! Very nice traps from Abrasive Party. And there it is. Coming back 2-1, I believe, currently. There it is. I told you that's what he's got to do, man. I think you noticed in that duel right there, he wasn't whirling as much. And a couple times that he did, he actually paid for it. So, you know, he's actually just keeping the distance and casting those traps. I think that's really the way to go. But yeah, I mean, you're right. If there's an opportunity and your opponent doesn't have enough traps set up in their area, definitely you could chain lock, you could bully them with Whirlwind. It's probably a good strategy. Now that when you say it, it makes sense. I think it's still very opportunity dependent. Like, you still wouldn't want to try to bully in 5 traps. Just doesn't seem like it would be a great move. Doesn't seem like it would be the best one, but
Yes.
but I could be wrong. Basically, when we made the Spider Sin video way back in the day, I based that almost solely off from Bowie's experience and Bowie's suggestion, Bowie's build. And one of the things that he talked about is in Sin v Sin, whether you're a Whirl Girl or not, it's basically who gets more aggressive first. And there's nothing more aggressive than whirlwinding, trying to whirlwind your opponent. This is assuming both Sins want to duel on screen with traps up. Right. Exactly. Like, that's basically what Bowie said, was that it's usually a CT battle of traps. That's usually what it is. What is this? I'm checking out this video. Oh, the D2R PvP arena compilation. GG. We see our boy. We see our boy tearing it up. What the fuck? Damn. Yeah, worth a look, dude. Yeah, I love those that I love those videos that they put up on D2A's channel. They're really cool. Good compilations. If you're into dueling, definitely worth checking out. Yeah, he definitely does. Gotta love it when he puts a song over it, too. Puts an original track over it. You almost can't beat it. Nothing, you know... That's something that certainly holds a candle to the YouTube free library music that I use. Original lyrics, well thought out, well written songs to perfectly complement the duels that are going on. Yeah, for sure, dude. Yep. I mean, as you guys know, PvP is close to my heart. I always think about it with everything I do. D2A is like straight PvP. It's just nothing but, which is cool. The thing with like YouTube videos and the thing with we're noticing this with Blizzard, like, sure, they have forums where you can submit feedback and all of this shit, which is all well and good, but Wow, dude, that was an interesting choice from Abrasive Party right there, staying in those traps. He landed some good Mind Blast damage, but took a shit ton of trap damage there, and now is ironically in an extended Mind Blast PK range here. But what we've noticed about Blizzard is that they don't give a shit about the stuff that's submitted, like, on their forums and stuff like that. Like, you have to, a lot of people have to submit something, I think, or submit issues or tickets surrounding a certain issue for it to be addressed. Or, from what we've noticed, and I kind of made a joke about this in the video that I did last week, is that they just listen to streamers. They listen to streamers that they like, and they practically do everything they say. And luckily, like, Dabrowski doesn't have bad ideas. I actually like a lot of the ideas that Dabrowski has. Not all of them, but a lot of them. And they listen to him a lot. It's very clear within the last few videos that he's done. My problem, and I'll be straightforward with you guys, is I'm not a very agreeable person. I'm fully aware of this. This is something that
The Order welcomes you.
is not a surprise to me. It's not a mystery. But in the way that I deliver things isn't very agreeable, but it's always fucking right. Like, that's... I hate to say it. I hate to be that guy. Disagreeable,
carry anymore.
but
I can't carry
often
anymore.
right. Often right is a way better way to say that. And Blizzard just can't handle that, dude. That's the wrong way to deliver it to Blizzard. No, not definitely not as much as other streamers, Steph. Like, in fact, the only way that, you know, I've found that I can influence Blizzard and their decisions is by being extremely sarcastic. Unrecognizably sarcastic. So, for example, you remember how they went back on their Oridin? They went back on their Oridin changes? It was because, I almost think it was, like, I don't want to take credit for it, but it was because I put out a video and I did not want them to change the Oridin in the way that they did. I was like, this is just stupid. Like, you know, it's just going to troll PvP. You're going to see a bunch of PvP trolls in pub games, even more than you already do. So I literally made a video talking about how awesome the Oridin damage was and how broken it was and how I cannot wait to level my character so in such a busted fashion with an Oridin, and like was talking about that in the changes, like in one of the change videos. Sure as shit, they went right fucking back on it. I did that purposely because I knew that if I delivered it in a way that was like, this is so broken and you shouldn't do this, that they would do the exact opposite. They would be like, yeah, we're still going to do it because fuck Cooley. So instead, I have to be like, I understand that I have to deliver something in a different way. I have to be super excited about a busted change, which makes me think that I should have done that with the Necro. I shouldn't say that. I actually tried to do that with the Necro, but it didn't work. So like when I made the Necro video about like the Necro changes and all of that stuff and how it fucked up the damage, like I made one where I was like, oh, look at this, like, you know, and I just made a whole build video about it. And this was like in, I believe, PTR or whatnot, hoping that they would see it and want to go the opposite way, but it didn't work that time. But like in the past, I felt like that's kind of how I have to deliver it. If I want Blizzard to actually change something, I have to pretend to be excited about breaking it. And that's part of being a disagreeable person. That I can't express a concern. I can't say something the same way that Dabrowski says and have it be taken seriously. Like, it's sort of how I've learned to cope and adapt with my life. Yeah. Now do this with FHR, please. Yeah, even Dabrowski says that, like, FHR didn't really make a difference in PVM, which it actually wasn't designed to make a difference in PVM. So he's like, he was he said on his stream today he was cool with like reverting back to it. I don't know if I'm necessarily okay with reverting back to it, because then it just puts Sins at the top tier spot and nothing can compete with him. I think this just something needs to be done, but it's hard to articulate exact. Like, the other part of this is you have to clearly articulate something that's simple to do and can clearly be explained. And right now, there's nothing that meets those criteria to fix the FHR. And that's single-handedly why nothing has been done about it. Because everybody's like, oh, it needs diminishing returns. That's tough to do. Or, oh, it needs, it needs to do this and possibly have invincibility frames here and blah, blah, blah. That's hard to do.
I can't carry
It's not going to happen. Or they have some great explanation where something that might be easy to do, but it's hard to explain. There you go. Like, you know, like I actually think diminishing returns probably falls into that category. It's easy to do, difficult to explain. Yeah, and it's as simple as that. Just nerf Mind Blast. Like, that was really all that needs to be going on, right? Like, that probably would have fixed it. And that probably would have kept things as fair as possible. Well, Smite was bad, but Paladins have sucked since the launch of the game. So, like, okay. If someone catches you in a Smite, great. Impale is broke, but is it, though, in PvP? It's pretty nasty. It's pretty gnarly when someone hits you with it. But, like, Zons are still underpowered. So, like, let him have something. Yeah, it's still super slow. It needs to hit, man. And anything that relies on AR and needs to hit... Well, I guess it always hits now, doesn't it? Yeah, fuck it. Let him have it. Like, Zons are still lower tier, man. Like, they're still not at the top. Yeah, Mind Blast being blockable would be interesting. One thing that I've said about Mind Blast for a long time is that it doesn't need to do damage. There's no point in Mind Blast doing damage. If they took that away, I don't think anybody would be upset, and it would definitely nerf Sins, but it doesn't need to do any damage. I don't know why it does. Having Holy Freeze slow down casters might affect PvP too. Yeah, for sure. But I don't know, man. Like, it's just, I know people complain about it a lot, but like, you just have to think of it this way. Casters are just good and always have been in Diablo 2. So like, why nerf them just to make the shitty builds that nobody runs anyway better? Like, why make the 99% of players in the game unhappy to make shitty builds that nobody uses better? And like, sure, nobody's using them because the casters are better, but now you're just talking about bringing the whole quality of the game down just so that some fringe builds can be better. Instead, I think the way to do it is to redo the calculation formulas for AR and defense. Like, just redo those. Those obviously don't work right. Like, they're not ideal. They're not even ideal in PVM. They're so bad in PVM. Like, and I don't know how to explain that or articulate it. All I can say ignorantly is, these are fucked up and need to change. I don't know, Blizzard. Figure it out. Like, I couldn't begin to tell you what the actual answer to it is. I just know that you miss monsters far more than you should with endgame gear. You miss players far more than you should for committing to a melee build. And it's just how it is. Because defense and AR and all of the calculations associated with it are just fucked up in some way. I can't tell you how. It's very complicated. But they're just fucked up and don't work. Making traps in if I only pub game PvP? Yeah, I would probably go with a Whirl Girl. Spider Sin by the very least. I wouldn't go straight Trapper yet. Like, you could if you... I mean, pub games are genuinely pretty good-mannered these days. But just for the fact that if someone doesn't like you or you run into shitheads that want to BM, all they gotta do is slap on, like, T-Gods and Wisp and you're not doing shit. Like you're suddenly your entire build is nerfed, and you with Mind Blast being what it is, you just aren't yet even useful to the rest of the game. Yeah, best way. I would agree, Jules. Make the attack rating portion way heavier than the relative monster level side of the equation, or just the defense in general. Like, yeah, monster level defense. Man, dude, look at this. This is pretty solid. Abrasive Party coming back, man. Making a big comeback. Let's pop back into Dio win and see how this duel's going. Abrasive Party. Dude, that's sick, man. He started off, had a rough start there, but damn. Coming back hard. Yeah, I just think that, like, defense and AR needs to work differently in some way. Like, I think that if you stack enough attack rating on one of your characters, your attack should practically be always hit. For some reason, your chance to hit is capped at 95% on monsters, which I think is a little too low. Like, you could have 6 billion AR and have a 95% chance to hit somebody with a reasonable amount of defense. It's just kind of, or who is a higher level than you. It doesn't really make sense. Like, what's the point of committing to AR then? Like, you just have to get a reasonable amount, and you can't really base a build off of stacking it up. But then comes the question of defense. Like, how do you balance someone who's focusing on defense? Like, I think it should honestly just be, if you're going to talk to Blizzard about it, it should just be simple. If your AR is higher than your opponent's defense, you have a 95% chance to hit. Simple. If their defense is higher than your AR, they have a 50% chance. It's dumb. It doesn't make any sense. But, like, it's a lot simpler, and it's probably a lot better than what's going on. If someone wants to commit to defense, there's a point to doing it. And have it work the same in PVM. If your defense is higher, maybe it's even lower. Maybe they have, yeah, 50% is fine. Because if you have very high defense and monsters have a 50% chance to even hit you, great. Like, you know what I mean? That's fine too. It's like a whole new version of block. And it would force casters to focus on defense against against like any melee build or physical damage builds, multi-shot, whirlwind, berserk, all of this shit. It would actually reward focusing on defense and force your opponent to focus on AR. Just very simple. Is your AR higher than their defense? 95% chance you'll hit them. Is their defense higher than your AR? 50% chance you'll hit them. Doesn't make as much sense, but probably works better. And then you factor in shit like block. Like, you know what I mean? Oh, you had a 50% chance to hit them, and they have a 75% chance to block. It's stupid, but it's probably better than what exists. So, like, then you could bring in, if you brought in, like, a Blade Fury Sin with, and I literally built one of these in single player, a Blade Fury Sin with, like, 30,000 attack rating, you should have a 95% chance to hit Uber fucking Bale after you Cloak of Shadows the bastard. It still shouldn't be like a 70% chance that you even hit them. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, something's wrong with that. Make it simple. What's his defense? Oh, it's 15k, and you got 20k AR. 95% chance you'll hit him. You've got shit AR. 50%. It's dumb, but it's better. Yeah, and Kicksins miss so much now. Well, technically, the physical damage reduction, I believe, is only capped at 50% in PvP. I think you can actually have 100% in PVM, can't you? Like you can actually have 100% DR in PVM and nerf everything. Is that a thing? Is that real? I've never really tested it because PVM is easy, but I think it was only PvP that it was capped. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I don't really know the answer to that. It's probably way more in depth with those types of calculations, but it obviously doesn't work. PVM capped at 99. Okay, thanks. Yeah, I was going to say, it didn't quite seem right, but I didn't think it was capped at 50% in PVM. Okay, so it's 99. Technically in PvP, there is a bonus. You do get some sort of benefit to going above 50% in DR. And it just comes into play with Crushing Blow. So if you have 100% DR in PvP, you are immune to Crushing Blow. Crushing Blow on your opponent will never do any damage if you have 100% DR. Little known fact. Some would call it a glitch, but I haven't tested this in D2R, but I can't imagine it changed. They probably would have said something, and they also don't really focus on PvP. But it was, we did a video about it in LOD. It was definitely the case then. I had somebody with I had a character with 100% Crushing Blow and 100% DR. The Crushing Blow was certainly not going off. It was certainly not proccing. All right, switching back over to Abrasive Party in this Sin v Sin matchup. He switched up his strategy here, but still a little less than half life. Trying to turn the corner against Trap House, aka underrated. Trying to move his way up the ranks. Trying to overtake Abrasive Party. DR is capped. If you have more, it will help you if you get cursed. That's true too, yeah, like amp curse. It will definitely help versus the amp curse. But it will also, at least in LOD, made you immune to Crushing Blow if you had 100%. We should test it in D2R. It would be pretty easy. All you would need is just somebody that has a very weak always hit skill, such as Smite. Very weak. Like, don't use Grief or anything, but just have like 100% Crushing Blow and a weak Smite. And then have somebody with 100% DR. If they don't take 10% damage to their life total on your first hit, they are immune to Crushing Blow. Very simple to test. So if they have 2,000 life and they don't take 200 damage or more, they are immune to Crushing Blow. Or Crushing Blow has a very limited effect on them. It's almost certain if they take less than 100 at that point. It's certain that the over 50% DR has paid off in some way. So it'd be very easy to test. Oh, sick. Okay, are you guys streaming it, Max? I would gladly tune into that, dude. We got two very long style duels going on here. Oh yeah. Oh, Demented is streaming it. Okay, my bad. Oh, boys. Holy shit. Yeah, we didn't even pop into this. But we got Abrasive, Dio, and Demented all going at once, and Max now streaming too. Sick. All right, so this is actually a big one. This is a big one and might actually be a lot quicker than the other duels that we're watching over there. Yeah, start whenever, dude. We'll probably bounce back and forth between all of these duels, with probably preferring something like this. This is insane. This is Demented. Looks like he's using a Gurk Sanctuary here. Very interesting. I'm curious as to see what his DR is. Oh wow, he can't be not his DR, but his ES percent. Is he 85%? Because you can't have an immortal sorceress in the DFC, but you can have up to 85%. Yeah, and he's not using mana pots, so I would imagine he's 85%. This is nuts. This is nuts. He did make an immortal sorceress, it looks like. He's got Serpent's Graham Charms in his inventory, not prioritizing skill charms. Oh, for fuck's sake, this guy made it the closest thing to an immortal sorceress we've ever seen in the DFC. Okay, count me in. I'm fucking watching this duel, boys. This is the one we wanted to see. He's got Gurks, and he's got pre-buff gear here for his, yeah. This is the closest thing to an immortal sorceress we've ever seen in the DFC. I know from personal experience, when you have a BM immortal sorceress versus Max, you can still die. So this will be interesting. This will be very interesting. Oh my god. Yeah, so it looks like he's a little bit hybrid here. He has beefed up his life total a little bit there, you can see. He has life and mana charms, but also his life is significantly above like 400, which is usually what you'll see on an immortal sorceress who's put no points into vitality or doesn't have any focus on life. But look at that mana pool, dude. 4.3k mana. This is going to be crazy. Neck just hit 93, so did mine. Go Gators. GG, man. Cheers to that. Yeah, man, it won't matter too much because if he's only 85%, Max does an absolute ass ton of damage. So some of that's going to be going to the life total, and it's probably going to be devastating. So I'm very curious to see how this goes. But this sorceress almost certainly has max block. So that's really good. It's just a matter of how much damage does he do. I would think that in this particular matchup, he would need to be a cold sorceress. It looks like he is because he has orb on his left click here. If he was a fire sorceress, this wouldn't even be a duel if he was full immortal. Because Max can just slap on Phoenix and come to find out you can absorb all of the fire damage from an immortal fire sorceress. He's not on Bladesin. Oh, interesting. He's not on Bladesin. Hybrid. Okay, so he's a whirl girl. Max is a whirl girl tonight. You think 80 with mana pots is better than 85 without? If you're going to try to commit to an immortal sorceress, no. Because technically in the DFC rule set, you could also put an insight on your swap, and that's actually what I do in GM pub games, is I'll have an insight on my swap. So even though I'm not using mana pots, if someone hits me and I'm in trouble, I'll just teleport away and regen all my mana in 2 seconds. So a little workaround, but I would think 85 would still be fine. Yeah, Orb is definitely going to be a rough choice, but you never know. If Max is a dual claw sin, it might not actually be a bad choice. And I think he might be. Let's check him out, dude. Let's pop over to Max's stream here real quick. Let's see what he's rocking. Is he a dual claw sin? Yes, he is. He's a dual claw sin. So he could get there, but he's going to keep the distance. I actually like Orb here because he's going to have to keep the distance, which is definitely what he wants to do against Max anyway. But he needs to get a little bit closer, though. Oh, my God. Big hits from Max. Now I'm curious as to how much he'd be regenning from this. Let's pop back over to Demented. Oh, he's regenning so quick, dude. And it's because he has a lower life total, man. He's regenning so quick. This is really good. I love this. Hybrid Sin versus Immortal Sorceress. I'm kind of pumped to see this. Oh, big poison damage, though. Holy shit. He'll regain it back in a couple of minutes. No problem. Non-Sorc starter build. I would say if you don't plan on getting a Sunder Charm anytime soon, I've always loved the Assassin. It's been my favorite. I did a build video on it a little while back, like when D2R launched. I actually really love that build. You know, especially with the changes that they made to Death Sentry. Love it. Always good seeing you, Isabel. Always happy to see you here. Thank you so much for joining. Thanks for listening and putting up with my stories. Appreciate you. But yeah, I would say the Sin with like 1 point into Death Sentry, Lightning Sentry Sin with 1 point into Death Sentry is really good. There's also Dins. You can have a Hammer Din is very, very powerful on a budget. Some people like the Summon Necro too. I like the Poison Necro personally. Yeah, and especially if you're trying to, that's a good point too, Jules. If you're trying to, like, if your goal is to clear Chaos and level 85 areas like Chaos, but most specifically Chaos, and get some GG drops early on, probably FOH Din is the way to go. But it's difficult to get through the game in Hell that way if you're playing solo. So if you have a team to help you, it's a great choice. If you don't, just go as a Hammered In, and when you finally get to Chaos Sanctuary in Hell, restat to FOH Din, and you really don't need to go any further. Zerk Baba, no shit. Yeah, so with Orb here, this is very interesting because Demented is having a lot of trouble getting close enough to max to actually deal any significant damage. Let me see. I'm actually very curious to see what Max's life total is at. It looks like it's very, very high. Yeah, he's having trouble getting in close enough with that orb to deal enough damage. It would be a lot different if he could CT cast a Blizzard, for example. But also Max is a very evasive and good Sin player. So he's going to CT cast his traps and make it very difficult for Demented to get on the inside. Yeah, like look at this. He's so far on the outside of that orb. Like good luck. The trap Sin will outrange here all day, I think. And Max has realized that, and that's why he's CT casting traps and not really worrying about getting in and doing any significant whirlwind damage. He's happy keeping this at range. Yo, what's up, Bilbo? Yeah, check it out, man. Check it out. I would highly suggest it. That's if I wasn't so sick of building Sins, because I built them at the start of D2R and I built them at the start of D2R ladder season 1. I just have too many Sins on my accounts now. But if I didn't, I would probably rebuild one. Like I would probably start with that. It's really good. You do kind of suffer in the later game, I think. Oh man, and there it is. Max gets the win. You do kind of suffer in the later game because, you know, if you're trying to farm early on, Sin is really good. You know, and you'll probably get rich quick using a Sin. It can farm any area, but as other players get gear, they'll become faster than you at farming those areas, and it will force you to get really good gear to keep up with them. So it's like an exponential curve in the beginning of how good it is, but then it levels off pretty quickly. Yeah, if you're okay with running pits, there's also certain terror zones that are really good for a poison necro. I run my, like, Oko, my bone necro for PvP. I actually restatted into a poison necro so I could run terror zones and level him. And I've noticed that I can basically clear any area with endgame gear with a poison necro. Like, everything is easy. There's not an area that isn't easy for me. And it's really good to have a necro if you're trying to level and race to 99. Because if you have a team that's jamming with you in terror zones, then your corpse explosion will actually give you the final kill on a lot of the monsters, giving you more experience. So having character classes, like if your goal is to reach level 99 quickly, a Javazon's really good, an FOH Din is really good, and most importantly, a Necro is really good. I think, official prediction, either an Amazon or a Necro will be the first level 99 in Ladder Season 2 because of that exact reason, and terror zones. Like, they'll just be able to corpse explode and get the final kill on a lot of monsters, which gives them like 10% more experience, I think. I'm not exactly sure the number, but they get more experience for having the kill. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I think you would have to beat Nightmare though, Bilbo. Like you would have to beat Nightmare Bale and then go back to Chaos. Might not be a horrible idea though. Hit it, Mr. T Baggins. It's that time of day. Dude, Joby says, how do you like that Iron Golem? I had a metal grid in that first round. It cost me the round, but it was hilarious. What was the Iron Golem? I'm very, very curious. I'm going to ask him because I'm still wondering about it. What was the Iron Golem made out of? Oh, Doom, just seeing your comment too. No, basically moving up the ranks is just how many wins you get. Like, losses don't really count unless you're being compared to another player at a similar rank. Oh, no shit. He had 6 small 2-spot axes in his cube, so he could keep recasting Iron Golem. So it was just to have an additional pet. That's interesting. It was to have an additional pet, 7 golems per duel at most. They can tank a spear, 980 life plus bow and oak. So it was just Joby had the Iron Golem just to be able to tank bone spirits. I actually really like that. That's hilarious. By the way, Bucky boy, my dude. Cheers to you. Thank you so much for that sub, man. Tier 1 sub. Holy shit. Cheers. Thank you so much, man. That support means a ton. And I really appreciate it. So it was BM. How was it BM? You had an Iron Golem. It's not BM. Yeah, that's actually hilarious. Very smart. So he summoned an Iron Golem near the Bone Spirit to mitigate the damage. Yeah, well, he would summon an Iron Golem to protect him in case he teleported into invisible Bone Spirits. So you would have an Oak Sage and an Iron Golem to eat up invisible Bone Spirits. Or if he gets in and closes the distance, he would have those there to eat up those Bone Spirits so that he could get some smite damage in. That's awesome. Bucky boy, thank you so much, man. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Glad you're enjoying it, dude. I try to put my heart and soul into everything I put out there, and I'm hoping that I'm hoping people like it. So means a lot that you are, man, and it really means a lot with the sub. Can't express that enough, man. That support means a ton to me. Played terrible tonight. Tried switching away from F keys, but can't. Just so uncomfortable. Yeah, dude, not a time to switch your comfortable key setup versus Joby, I wouldn't say. I have trouble switching my key setup anyway, like ever. You know what I mean? So props to you for doing it. I think it's something very nicely done. Max takes a second round there. But yeah, it's something that's very tough to do, especially doing it against an opponent like Joby. That's insane. All right, we're popping back over to Abrasive here real quick. After we thank Bucky Boy for the 5 gifted subs, man. That's 5 cheers to you, my dude. Holy hell. That is crazy. Official welcome to the team to Izoso, Jexus, Abrasive Party, Quoka Poka, and Indicta SX. Dude, thank you so much, man. Holy shit. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm gonna need 5 more after that, dude. Thank you so much. That's huge. Wow, dude. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Thank you so much, Bucky boy. That's awesome, man. That is awesome. Really means a lot. Are these guys done? Trap House versus Abrasive Party? These guys done? The Trap v Trap. How did this go? What was the score on this? This was interesting and a very high-profile match at the lower ranks. Trying to get underrated back on the map. And Abrasive Party trying to maintain his rank as a ranked DFC fighter. I think currently in the DFC, I'm not sure, you would have to ask somebody, but I think you need two or three wins in the last 100 days to be a ranked fighter. I think that's currently what it's at. And it's again, it's just based on how many people are dueling and how many wins other players have currently. And that's just to be in the top 20. Like, you know, if you had 20 plus duelers and you know, we had hundreds of people dueling each week, it would probably be a little different, but. All right, 4 more cheers for Bucky boy. Make it 3. Really, really appreciate you, dude. All right, let's swap back over to something else here. Looks like these guys might be done. Is Dio still going? What's Dio doing here? Dio's in the stash? Are these guys done? There's no way these guys are done. This duel is going to last forever. Oh, it's over? Oh, shit. 5-0 for Dio. Holy shit. Holy shit, dude. Dio took it. Dude, I'm actually kind of, I can't say I'm surprised by that, but, like, by the result, I'm surprised by the 5-0. That's insane. I actually expected that to be a lot closer. But, honestly, dude, Dingus was getting up there in rank, and he needed a real challenging opponent, and Dio was the guy to do that, man. Dio was the guy to do that. And Toshank took his duel versus Root 5-0. This is insane, man. Some big duels tonight. And we should see, my gosh, yeah, the biggest upset I would say was probably Joby versus Dirty One. I thought for sure Dirty One was going to take that one, but Joby showing once and for all. This guy's got what it takes. And that was the #1 contender in the DFC. I think you boys know what that might mean. I think you boys know what that might mean. That's a big win for Joby, especially on against a very good opponent having class disadvantage. That's insane. That's very good. All right, let's pop back over to Demented. Demented versus Zacheck, aka NYC Maxim. Looks like this is the only live duel still going on that still needs to be ranked. I'm just getting these scores in here off to the side as well. So Doom, what was your match? Was it 5-4, 5-0? And you lost, right? It was 5-something for Go Gators. On the Druid. Go Gators taking the win. 5-2. Okay, thank you. Report scores 5-2. Damn, yeah, I know that was a tough matchup. I felt bad because it got switched last minute, but that was my fault. I don't know how that one slipped my sights. I usually am pretty good about not matching people up who have been matched up in recent history. But somehow, Go Gators versus Demented slipped my radar, and that had already happened last week. Been a long week, boys. Been a very long week. How did Abrasive Party and Underrated go? I wish we'd have caught the end of that duel. That was nuts. Do we know the results from that? Anybody figure out the chat gem secret message yet? No, dude, but they are decoding it. They are heavily decoding it. He beat you? Okay. What was the score? The lag got the best of me. Damn. Been there, bro. Been there. It was like 5-0, 5-2. 3 more for Bucky Boy, make it 2. Five, 3. Okay, thank you. 5, 3. Close though, just you know, even though you had ridiculous ping. That's insane. 2 more for Bucky Boy, make it 1. Really appreciate that, man. Those gifted subs keep me in the tank all night. Keep me fueled up. If he's max Frozen Orb, his Ice Blast does 10k. No reason not to work Ice Blast into his rotation. Good suggestion. Good suggestion. But the thing is, would it increase his range at all? I think the reason... Demented is actually a very smart, very good player. And I think the reason he's using Frozen Orb is because it does do damage, but it has the range on Ice Blast. 4-0 so far for Max. All right, so we're tuning into what could likely be the last round here. Let's watch it from Max's perspective. We'll kind of bounce back and forth, actually. Yeah, he's having trouble outranging the Sin, is what it seems like. He's having a lot of trouble outranging the Sin. I mean, it's to be expected, especially with Orb. So Ice Blast wouldn't necessarily make up for that. Better off going Vita Blizz with Enigma and South Walking, Self Blizz, CT Telly down, CT Blizz back up. Yeah, I would think probably full damage Vita Blizz would almost certainly be the answer to just about any assassin build. But specifically in this matchup for sure. Doing that would force Max to get in and whirl a bit more. And would force his sorceress opponent to keep a blizzard on top of them to prevent that. And it would turn more into a mind game. But as it stands, I actually gotta say, I respect Demented for actually trying to build an immortal sorceress under current DFC rules. Like, that's actually super respectable and fun. And I gotta say, like, that actually means a lot to see that. Because typically we don't see something like this happen, right? Like where someone takes these really weird fringe builds and tries to push them to the max, you know, and it's really cool to see. Like, I actually want to be able to allow immortal sorceresses in the DFC. It's just so hard making rules around ES. But dude, he did it for fun. This is a fun matchup to watch, even though it's probably unwinnable for him with Orb here. It's a fun match to watch, dude. It's not bad. I think for sure if you would have went Immortal Blizz, it would probably be an easier night for him, but it still would be tough. Yeah, I actually just watched Dahmer, Piz Breath, on Netflix. Actually a really cool series. Highly suggest. Max needs a ruling? Oh shit, sorry. What is it? I wasn't paying attention. Thank you, Go Gators. Bring up the chat for me, Max. I want to try something different round 5. Is it allowed? Technically, yes. Technically, yes. Yep. Yep. Technically, by rules, it is allowed. No Ravens, 360 res. Yeah, technically allowed. So what he's talking about is he's put on the Luna shield because it has integer cold absorb. Now, cold absorb is something very interesting that the rules are sort of odd around because a lot of times with cold stack rules, percentage absorb is taken into account, but integer absorb is overlooked. So for example, like Nightwings has integer cold absorb on it. It's just kind of overlooked. Same thing with T-Gods. Like, it's not technically overlooked in the rule set. We respect it, but it has integer lightning absorb. Like max light res and integer lightning absorb. So that's why we say you can't use any more max res if you use T-Gods. Oh my god, yeah, you can't even damage him. Holy shit. Yeah, that's definitely not fair. All right, emergency ban. For this duel, Max can't wear the Luna shield. Emergency ban. For this duel in particular. But this is what I mean, though. Like, it's so often overlooked, and cold stack rules are so hard to make rules around. And Max is pointing this out. Because when you have rules like this, shit like this can happen. Where, like, you can completely absorb an Immortal Sork's cold damage. Leave it to Max to figure this shit out. But, like, in this specific situation, who the fuck holds on to a Luna shield besides Max? What the fuck? Who even keeps? I don't even pick those up. This dude has it in his PvP stash. Like, what the fuck? Like, this is what I mean. Just make Cold Mastery work like all the other masteries so this stupid bullshit doesn't happen in PvP. Like, that's just ridiculous. Oh, yeah, and it's certainly for Frozen Orb. And that's another thing, right? Like, that's another thing. Because of how Cold Mastery works, when people stack Cold Res, Frozen Orb doesn't do shit in PvP. It doesn't do shit. So, and that's because people stack Cold Res. If you just made Cold Mastery work like all the other masteries, all of these skills would suddenly be viable in PvP rule sets. We could make rule sets around cold sorceresses that were actually fair and fun and encourage diverse cold builds, like Orb Sorks and Blizz Sorks, and fuck, even Hybrid Sorks. Oh yeah, Dual Ravens would nuke it to 0 for sure. That's why no Orb Sorceresses really have existed in the DFC. It's because to respect the cold damage that a cold sorceress can do, and to make it fair, you have to allow dual Ravens on certain setups. And because you do that, you have to make cold stack rules around it. And then suddenly other classes besides the Barbarian can abuse those cold stack rules and make Orb do nothing. Like, it's so complicated, dude. It's like, it's an impossible problem to solve. Yeah, that's insane. Well, Max gets it against the Immortal Sword. I can't say we didn't expect that, but I gotta say I respect Demented for making an Immortal Sorceress. He starts the duel with 1 round win because he's an Immortal Sorceress. New rule for just this duel. That was 5-1. I'm just kidding. I can't do that, but that's insane. I gotta say I respect him for building an Immortal Sorceress. It just makes me want to be able to make rules around an Immortal Sorceress. But Cold Mastery fucks everything. Every single sorceress rule you make is so drastically affected by Cold Mastery because it throws a wrench in the system. Yeah, Orb was like actually good in PvP at one point. Orb was actually good. This is 400 res, no Ravens. No weapon block. Yeah, that's nuts. Orb just sucks, dude. It's just how it is. It's an unfortunate truth. Like, it's not my fault. It's the way the game was designed. Like, Cold Mastery is fucking dumb the way that it works, and we have to make cold stack rules against this. So, unfortunately, Orb is just unusable in PvP. Unfortunately, it's just unusable. On a build like an Immortal Sorceress. Immortal Sork Orb is unusable under current DFC rules. It might as well be banned because you can't use it. Like, an opponent could legally absorb all of your damage. Cold stack rules need to be addressed, to be honest. Dude, I think honestly there should really be a complete breakdown of all different cold sorceresses that you can possibly run to make these rules the most fair. The reason we haven't done it is because it's extremely complicated. Like, I've considered making rules around an immortal sorceress that says, hey, if you're running an immortal sorceress, then you can do this. But now I have to define what an immortal sorceress means in terms of IDR and ES percentage. So then what's stopping someone from, instead of going 95% ES, they go 94 and completely fuck the rule set? Like, it's so ridiculous, dude. Yeah. Rising Sun is straight banned. Yeah, so possibly Luna should just be banned. Yeah. Good job, Max. You got Luna banned. We're doing it right now. That's actually a great point. See, weren't we just talking about this? Doombringer responsible for so many rule changes surrounding the Cold Sorceress. This is one of them. Black Oak Shield. What is it? What is it officially called? What's the official name of that item? I'm gonna ban it. Oh, we're in the wrong browser. Hold on. Let's see. We'll ban it right now. Find Rising Sun. Cold. Black Oak Shield. All right. Black Oak Shield Unique Luna is banned. Straight up. Done. Nice, good job, Max. And the suggestion from Doombringer, straight ban. Snipping it. Showing it to the Discord. Yeah, I mean, that's probably what needs to happen, honestly, but this is just easier. I'm kind of like Blizzard in that way. This is just easier. This is just easier. At everyone in the Discord. Rule change for all DFCs going forward. Thanks, NYC, Maxim, and Doombringer. Black Oak Shield is banned. God damn. But you know that that's gonna force people to like think of other items like that, and now they're gonna do some juck fuckery. Oh god, this is gonna be crazy. Infinite screen effect, boys. All right, my dudes. What a night! What a night of DFC duels. I want to thank you guys all for joining me. Means a lot. I would ask to be nowhere else on a Thursday night than right here with you guys. Thanks to everybody that pops in and watches these DFC fights with me each week and participates in them. This wouldn't even be an event, wouldn't even be as fun as it is every week without you guys. So thank you so much. Really does mean a lot.